from Miss Kelly's boyfriend, Mr. Apollos, that is commonly known as Buddha. From him, I'd already learned of Miss Lorencia Lombard, my lord.
Op daardie stadium het jy in verband met die kerel van Manassikan met naam genoemd Buddha. Het ek gehoor van Lorencia Lombard as een van die persoon wat daar was.
Miss Lorencia Lombard came and I introduced myself, as I've already said, my lord. I informed her that I need to interview her and I will also be obtaining a statement from her regarding the events of that day Joshlin Smith went missing, my lord. She informed me that she does not have a problem with that, my lord. She informed me that she left her 2 small children alone at home, so she would just have to go and inform her boyfriend who was working at a nearby car wash, my lord. She said she's going to ask him to go to the house to look after the children while I'll be busy interviewing and obtaining a statement, my lord. She then left, my lord, and not long after that she came back, my lord. And that is when I obtained her statement, my lord. I was communicating in Afrikaans with her, my lord.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Any objection to the statement being produced?
I have no objection, my lord.
This is fine. No objections. Thank you. Certainly, just move towards the microphone, please.
With due respect before this court, can I humbly request to be seated behind my learned colleague's table, because I want to hear this questioning of the witnesses clearly, and I want to hear all the questions.
Certainly.
Thank you, my lord.
You can put your notes and take a seat on that side. Mr. Harris, can you hear the notes clearly?
No, my lord, it's very faint. Very faint.
I'm going to ask either the witness to move slightly forward towards the microphones or the microphones to be adjusted. We're going to try and get the volume better, and I think it's also the prosecutor's microphone that we either need to adjust or we need to get closer to it. Thank you.
I have handed a statement to you. That is the original manual. I'm going to ask that be handed in and marked as examination in.
Yes, thank you. You can hand me the statement. What was in?
The think it was Sergeant Goldstein.
Yeah. Thank you. So this will be exhibit phone. Which is marked Saldana Inquiry 5 of 2/2024, A41 and A42. It also has another reference on it, A5, 1 and 2, for what it's worth on the right top of the pages, and indicates that it was deposed to on the 20th of February 2024 at 15:10. Thank you.
My Lord, she was, if this is the correct word that I'm going to use, she was jittering. She was scratching in her arms, scratching in her head, my Lord. I had already learned that she is using drugs, my Lord, so I just asked her if she had used any drugs on that day, my Lord. And her answer was not yet, my Lord. From the interview with that me and Sergeant Goldstein had with Mr. Apollos, my Lord. I read her. I'm sorry, my Lord, I don't understand the question.
After you noted this long activated,
After taking down her statement, my Lord, I read it back to her. And she agreed with the contents of the statement, my Lord. And I then did the oath questions with her, my Lord. And she understood everything, my Lord. And she signed on her statement, my Lord. And after that, I told her that she is excused, my Lord. I then communicated with Sergeant Goldstein and informed her that there is a name that was mentioned in Ms. Lombard's statement, my Lord. In her statement, she only mentioned the person known to, she said the person is only known to her as Steffi, my Lord. And this was the person that we weren't aware of, my Lord.
Dit is die persoon wat ons nie van kennis gedraag in die wereld. Dat gebeurt in nader.
As far as the investigation is concerned, did it include at that time or did it proceed?
En dan verband met die onderzoek, was het de ene, of wat iemand voorgegaan.
On that day, that was as far as taking statements, I was involved, my lord, but we then asked in the neighborhood if there is anyone who might have seen the missing child on that day, my lord.
Of dat het verband met de verklaring niet was het niet, maar wel, want dit aan die wordt gevraagd dat de persoon wat zeer bekend van de was.
Is it further correct, Constable, that you were involved in the taking of the last statement and wrote for the record? This is 8:13 in the document.
Het is de rest dat die nog aan de elkaar zullen nemen, wat dan de voorval.
I'm presenting the witness with the original. Simply wanted to confirm if this was the statement you have noted. I have practiced this with Mr. Gavai, if you had it into the file.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Kabay, you confirm? Thank you.
Dus de verklaring dat de bevestigd dat de verklaring zal nemen,
I confirm, my lord, this is the statement.
bevestigd.
So Exhibit O was the statement of Lorencia Lombard. This will then be Exhibit P. It looks like a typed statement. It's a statement of Stevino to Maizio to Wayne van Rijn, marked A13, 1 and 2. Has 3 pages. The last page is just the commissioning, and seems as if this was taken at 17:30 on the 29th of February 2024.
Constable, please tell the court how this statement came to you.
Kan ik er ook zeggen hoe jullie elkaar zo vernemen?
My lord, I have met Mr. Stefan on the 22nd of February at his premises, my lord.
Ik meneer Stefan is
I was with Sergeant Molstein when he received a call that Mr. Van Rijn address that was given to us is where Mr. Stefano Van Rijn is residing, my lord.
Myself en Sergeant Molstein is toen naar de adres wat gegeven was aan de meester waar hij zo van achter was.
On arrival at his house, my lord, there were people standing outside and there were people inside the house with Mr. Van Rijn as well, my lord.
Met die aankomst bij die woning was daar mensen buiten, die woning en mensen binnen die woning met meneer Van Rijn.
Do you perhaps recall what address you visited, if possible?
Kan u moeilijk onthou wat het adres was aan jullie gegeven?
It was in Arendt Street in Diasville.
Dit is een Armstraat in Diasville.
I'm not sure the address, it's either 8 or 18. my lord.
Ek is seker van die nommer die belaar as dit was anders 8 of 18.
On the exhibit plea, the plea address is given as stated on C.
Thank you, my lord.
Very well, proceed.
U kan maar voortgaan.
When we entered the premises, Mr. Stefano van Rijn was sitting down on a couch, my lord.
Toe ons die woning binne 3 belaar het meneer Stefan gesit op 'n rusbank.
He was talking, I believe he was answering the questions that had been asked prior to our arrival, my lord.
Hy het gepraat. Ek dog hy vraag aan wat hy so gevra was voordat daar opgedaag het.
Can I just stop you there? Who was inside the house?
Wie was in die huis gewees, in die woning gewees?
It was mostly the community members. They appeared to be members of the politician parties, not politician, the search and rescue groups, my lord, because of the t-shirts they were wearing, my lord.
Meeste van die mense wat binne huis was in 'n woning was die mense van redden. Ons kon sien dat hulle klere aangehad het.
As someone that was mentioned in Ms. Lombard's affidavit, was Mr. Faran someone that you were looking for as the police?
Toen, as aangesien van juffrou Lombard toen van Renzo van Melo gemaakt het, was men van die persoon wat op zoek was uit de politie.
Yes, my lord, we were looking for him.
Dus rechts zo jullie waren.
And you heard from other witnesses that the search for Joshlin continued and they would take it, the investigation is continued.
Van andere getuigen zijn het voorgegaan dat het gekomen dat die zoek naar Joshlin zo voorgegaan het en die onderzoek ook voortgaan.
That's correct, my lord.
Dus rechts zo jullie waren.
Very well. You say that they were personally inside, describe them. What were they doing? What were they talking about?
Hier beschrijft van mensen waarin de woning kan niet op zijn waar worden gepraat.
They were talking about Mr. Van Rijn's whereabouts on the day that Joshlin Smith went missing, my lord.
Hulle het gepraat oor waar men van Renom sou bevind het op die dag van die kind vermis raak.
And from what I can recall, what was said in my presence when I was there, my lord.
Van wat ek van in woord gedaan.
If I remember correctly, Mr. Van Rijn said he was at Ms. Smith and Mr. Apollos' residence on that day that
As ek mooi kan onthou, het voorkom asof meneer Van Rijn gesê dat hy was wel by die woning van juffrou Smith en meneer Apollos saam gebly het.
on the day that Joshlin went missing, my lord.
Op die dag toe Joshlin toe vermis raak in
And he also made mention that Ms. Lorencia also came to the premises on that day, my lord.
Hy het ook gesê hier dat Lorencia op die dag na die woning gekom het.
And if it's in his statement, but if I recall correctly, he also said that what he can recall is Ms. Lorencia left with little Joshlin Smith and Joshlin never came back, according to Mr. Stefan van Rijn on the 22nd of February 2024, my lord.
As ek dat mooi kan onthou hier voorkom in sy verklaring het ook genoem dat juffrou Lombard so weggegaan met die kind Joshlin en Joshlin het nie weer teruggekeer nie.
I don't remember if there was a question posted at him as to what does he think might have happened to the child, my lord.
Ek weet nog dat 'n vraag so gewag aan ons gevra was of moet ek weet wat so van die kind geword het nie.
But I remember he also, in him talking, he also said that he suspects that Ms. Lorencia Lombard's boyfriend, which is Ayanda, might have given the child to her Sangoma, my lord.
Wat ek wel kan van onthou dat sy 'n ander was meer van hom gekry dat hy sou sê dat hy verdink die kerel van mevrou Lombard, Mr. Ayanda, wat mondelikens oorhandig het aan 'n Sangoma.
So essentially, this was Mr. Van Ryn's theory regarding the disappearance of Joshlin Smith.
That's correct, my lord.
So dis wat by meneer Van Ryn so verdink het in verband met die van Mr. Joshlin Smith getest het, is so eerder.
What happened further?
Wat het te verder gebeur?
Mr. On that day, Mr. Van Ryn's statement wasn't obtained, my lord. Was not obtained. My
Op
lord.
hierdie dag was die verklaring nie, meneer Van Ryn se verklaring nie geneem nie eerder.
Why was that?
Kom was dit?
He was a bit emotional, my lord,
Hy was 'n bietjie emosioneel eerder.
and he would be smiling and laughing, and then all of a sudden he would just be shouting and talking loud. So his emotional state was not consistent, my lord.
Hy het so nou na gelag, glimlag en gelag, partykeer afgepraat. Met sy emosionele staat was nie wat verwacht of nie gevaar.
What did you make of this behavior?
Wat het u van hierdie optrede van Ryn gemaak? Wat het
Having
in gedagte gekom?
having learned that he is also using drugs, my lord,
Nadat ek gevind het dat hy ook dwelms gebruik,
I suspected that that might be the cause of his behavior at that moment, my lord.
ek het toe verdink dis moontlik, maar sy kom hy so homself te behandel.
Did the police follow up on the information or the theory that accused number 2 had informed you?
Het die polisie die informatie opgevolg wat beskuldig nummer 2 aan die hele orgaan oorhandig het?
It was followed up, my lord.
Dit was opgevolg eerder.
There wasn't a specific names of the sangomas that were given by Mr. Van Ryn.
Just repeat that, please.
There wasn't specific names or addresses that of sangomas that were given by Mr. Van Ryn as to where which sangoma is he suspecting that Mr. Ayanda might have sold or given the child to, my lord.
Daar was nie spesifieke name, adres van wonings verskaf van meneer Van Ryn in verband met die Sangoma wat hy van melding gemaak het in Ayanda.
The nearby sangomas that are known, that are residing near the address where Joshlin was last seen, however, were visited, my lord.
Die Sangomas en naby waar Joshlin so gesien was mense wat gaste was.
And there was no evidence found of Joshlin being there, my lord.
Geen getuienis gevind dat Joshlin daar so was.
And specifically Ayanda, was that premises visited?
En spesifiek met Ayanda was die woning toe bygesoek.
It was visited, my lord, and his house was searched, my lord.
Die huis is toe na gegaan en hy is toe deursoek.
And there was no evidence being found of Joshlin being at the premises, my lord.
Geen getuienis gevind op die woning of Joshlin daar was.
So after the police exhausted the theory of Mr. Van Ryn, what happened?
Nadat die polisie toe hierdie gedagte van meneer Van Ryn toe na gevolg het, wat het verder gebeur?
The search of Joshlin continued, my lord. There were different role players that were involved to assist with the search of Joshlin, my lord.
Die soektog van Joshlin te voortgegaan was verskillende wat so gehelp het vir hom met hierdie soek.
And what happened on the 29th of February?
Wat het gebeur op die 29 Februarie?
On the 29th of February, my lord, on that day I was working with my then unit commander, Captain Chetty, my lord.
Op hierdie dag die ene het ek toe met my eenheidse commander, Chetty, Captain Chetty was in die werk.
I remember he received a call. I suspect it was from Sergeant Molstein, but I didn't inquire from who the call came from, my lord.
Ik kan onthou dat jy 'n oproep ontvang het. Ek het gedink dat moet van Sergeant Milestone.
After the phone call, Captain Chetty told me that we need to go to Saldanha police station because he has just been informed that Mr. Stefan van Rijn has been brought in, my lord.
Na die oproep het Captain Chetty process moes gaan naar die politiestatie in Saldanha, want meneer Van Rijn was ingebring.
We then drove to Saldanha police station, my lord.
Ons is toen naar Saldanha politiestatie.
On arrival at the police station, we found Mr. Van Rijn. He was inside the police station at the CSC, my lord.
Met aankomst bij die Saldanha politiestatie was Mr. Van Rijn in de politiestatie, bij de aanklachtkantoor.
Sergeant Molstein was talking to Mr. Van Rijn when we arrived, my lord.
Sergeant Milestone was gezocht te gesels met meneer Van Rijn ons aankomt.
He then said to me and Captain Chetty that he needs to address the members of the political parties that were standing also in the CSC, my lord.
Ze heeft gevraagd dat ik een Chetty moet mensen aanspreken van de gemeenschap, van die politieke partij, wat in de stad achtergrond was.
I'm not sure whether I heard the evidence from the witness correctly, because the interpreter said that Chetty, Captain Chetty, and her Mr. addressed the community.
That's
The evidence I heard was that most side was going to address the community.
My apologies. Most mensen in die gemeenschap zo toespreken.
You heard me correctly, my lord.
Do you know who brought Mr. Van Rijn to the police station?
Kan u weet wie meneer Van Rijn zo de politiestatie gekomen?
I do not know, my lord, and I did not inquire.
Nee, jullie waren ik kan niet kennen zeggen dat ik vraag, dat ik navraag aan u.
Very well, proceed.
U kan maar goed gaan.
Sergeant Molstein then said to me and Captain Chetty that seeing that we haven't, Mr. Van Rijn's statement hasn't been obtained yet, if we can please assist him with obtaining Mr. Van Rijn's statement, my lord.
Sergeant Milestone heeft gezegd, aangezien daar nog een verklaring gekregen is van Rijn, kan ons toezien dat de verklaring van hem gekregen wordt.
Was Mr. Van Rijn the only person that was brought in?
Was meneer Van Rijn de enige persoon dat ingebracht was?
I do not know, my lord, and I did not answer, but at that moment, Mr. Van Rijn was the one that we needed to obtain statement from, my lord.
Ik weet niet eerlijk dat je navraag gaat doen, maar meneer Van Rijn was de persoon op die dag wat is verklaring moest krijgen.
Very well, proceed.
I then asked Mr. Van Rijn to accompany me and Captain Chetty to our victim-friendly room, my lord.
Ik heb toen meneer Van Rijn gevraagd voor mijzelf en Captain Chetty en die op Geesel naar een kamer waar ons met slachtoffers gevraagd.
How would you describe his demeanor and appearance on this day?
Hoe zal die dan zijn voorkomst op die dag nou verbeteren?
On this day, my lord, he appeared more relaxed, my lord, compared to the last time when I saw him for the first time, my lord.
Hij heeft meer kalm voorgekomen hier waren in verband met de eerste keer gezien heb.
Proceed.
When we got into the room, my lord,
Kantoor of kamer inkom,
Captain Chetty did the introduction, my lord.
Captain Chetty heeft toe aan de aanstelling voortgegaan en de voorstelling voortgegaan hier.
Captain Chetty would have taken Mr. Van Rijn's statement, my lord.
Captain Chetty zou die verklaring van de Rijn meer eerder.
Captain Chetty's handwriting wasn't so legible, my lord. Then I asked him if he would, if I could take Mr. Van Rijn's statement, my lord.
Captain Chetty zijn Kemudian pasal ini, di pasal yang paling berseparah dat ek die verklaring moet afneem.
On the previous, I've learned that Mr. Van Rijn is actually someone who likes to talk, so I expected him to be the same on this day, my lord. So I asked for Captain Chetty's laptop to rather type the statement, as it would be more neater, my lord.
Can you just explain, repeat the first part?
On the previous time when I met with Mr. Van Rijn, my lord,
Die eerste keer toe ek meneer Van Rijn so ontmoet,
he was talking too much, my lord.
hy was baie gepraat.
So on this day, I also expected the same, my lord.
Dit sou dieselfde vandag op hierdie dag gelewe.
So I believed writing would have taken longer, my lord,
Glo dat om meer te skryf sou dit sou langer neem.
and it would be easier for me to type the statement, my lord.
Dit sou makliker wees vir my om hierdie verklaring te kyk.
And that's when I asked for Captain Chetty's laptop, my lord, and I typed the statement, my lord.
Dit is toe ek Kaptein Chetty se woordrekenaar sou gesien het, ek het die verklaring gekyk.
I informed Mr. Van Rijn that we are communicating in Afrikaans, my lord.
Ek het daarom toe gesê aan meneer Van Rijn sê dat ons aan kommunikeer in Afrikaans.
I will be typing, however, his statement in English if it's fine with him, my lord.
En ek het aan wel gesê ek gaan die verklaring dit in Engels as dit in orde is met hom.
And he had no issue with that, my lord.
Hy het toe gesê geen probleem, ek het toe so oorgedra.
I informed him that the purpose of his statement is to record his movements of the day that Joshlin Smith went missing, my lord.
Ek het toe gesê die rede vir die verklaring ons gesien, die beweging op die dag toe Joshlin Smith so vermis raak.
And I asked him to tell us step by step what he did and where he was and with who on that day, my lord.
Om stap vir stap vir ons te oordra waar hy was en met wie.
And I took down his statement as he was explaining his day of the 19th of February 2024, my lord.
Aangesien het verbeter dat waar hy was, op die 19 Februarie 2024, het ek alles neergeskryf hier op.
Was there anything that concerned you in the version that was relayed to you on the 29th as opposed to what you were informed of on the 22nd of February?
Is daar enigiets wat toe gekwel het in verband met die 29ste wat die kwenkelste aan die oorgedra is?
The one thing that stood out for me,
Belangrike punt wat uitgestaan het hier.
I have learned that on the 19th of February was a very hot day, my lord.
Ek het toe uitgevind op die 19de Februarie was dit 'n baie warm dag.
And with the interview of Mr. Van Rijn, I learned that he was sitting inside Miss Kelly Smith's shack, my lord.
Ek het uitgevind dat op hierdie dag het meneer Van Rijn binne die huis woning van mevrou Smith gesit.
And Miss Smith's children were playing outside, my lord.
En die kinders van mevrou Smith het buite gespeel.
The main thing that stood out for me, I wanted to know from where Mr. Van Rijn was sitting inside, could he see the children outside where they were playing, my lord?
Wat van belang was wat ook was hier dat hy gewoon net aan van meneer Van Rijn tot neem of ek die tyd toe die kinders buite speel en waar hy so gesit het wanneer die kinders sien.
Because his version on the 22nd was that Joshlin went with Miss Lombard to her house and Joshlin never came back, my lord.
Want sy leergaar op die eerste ons op ontmoet het hier waar ek weet ons dat mevrou Lombard as toe weg met Joshlin van Nesa, maar sy het nie weer teruggekeer met mevrou Lombard.
So what I inquired from Mr. Van Rijn was, did he physically see with his own eyes Miss Lombard go to her house with Joshlin and Miss Lombard coming back without Joshlin, my lord?
Wat my vraag aan was gewees of hy fisies van juffrou Lombard gesien het weggaan met Joshlin en nie weer teruggekeer het met Joshlin.
And his answer was he did not see, from where he was sitting, he couldn't see the children playing outside, and he couldn't see when Ms. Lombard came back, if she came with a child or not, my lord.
Sy antwoord was gewees hier aan daar hy was kan die kinders sien. Ek kon ook nie fisies sien dat die corona met die kind weg was en weer teruggekeer met die kind.
And when you refer to child, you're referring specifically to Joshlin Smith. He wasn't able to confirm that he didn't see the return, is that correct?
As
That's-
die melding of van kind specifiek Joshlin, sy sê tussen is weg en terug.
That's correct, my lord.
Dis reg so hele.
Did he concede that that was his assumption?
Het hy toe aan die oorgedra dat hy moet daar daarop gedink.
That's correct, my lord.
Dis reg so hele.
Was there anything else that stood out as far as his versions went?
Is daar enigiets anders wat iets uitgestaan het in terwyl mense weergawe?
Not that I can think of for now, my lord.
Nie wat ek nou kan van dink eerder.
Now, when you noted his statement, and we see this in English, was the statement read back to him?
Toe hy die verklaring toeneem in vertaal van Engels, was dit terug aan hom gelees.
That was read back to him, my lord.
Dit was
And
terug gelees aan hom eerder.
after reading it to him, seeing that it is typed, I told him that I will have to print it, and after printing it, he will have to go through it himself just to confirm that what I read is exactly what I printed, my lord.
Ek het nadat ek dit vir hom oorgelees het, het hom gesê dit moet geprint word en hy moet deur gaan om seker te maak dat hy aan oorgelees het wat in die verklaring staan.
Did that happen?
Het dit toe gebeur?
It happened, my lord.
Het dit gebeur eerder?
Very well. What happened after you noted his statement?
Nadat hy sy verklaring toegeneem het, wat het toe gebeur?
I also did the oath questions with Mr. Faran, my
Ek
lord.
het toe die vraag gevra van wanneer eet eerder.
I remember when I was doing the oath in Afrikaans, he still laughed and said he's used to it being done in English, my lord.
Just repeat that for the interpreter.
I'm saying, my lord, when I did his oath,
Toe
Wanneer-
het hy dit aan hom eerder.
when I put him under oath in Afrikaans, my lord, he still laughed at me and said he's used to it being done in English, my lord.
Hy het toe gelag, maar hy sê was gewoon dat so gedoen word in Engels.
What happened next?
Wat het toe na dit gebeur?
After his statement was signed, my lord, I told Mr. Faran that I don't think there is anything further that I will need from him.
Nadat dit die verklaring geteken is, het hy toe gesê, ek dink nie dat iets anders wat ek aan hom kan verwag nie.
And I told him that he's excused, my lord.
Ek het hom gesê, hy is versoek. Ek het hom gesê, hy is verskoon hiervan.
Very well. Is there anything else you wish to add?
Is daar nog iets wat jy wil byvoeg?
No, my lord.
Nee, helemaal.
My lord, if you can excuse me. Thank you, my lord. That's all for this witness.
This answer, any questions?
My lord, I have no questions.
Thank you. Ms. Faran, you may come to the defense that we have to submit. Stefan?
Morning, sir. Mr. Kombe. Good morning. I am Miss Kabai from Nobakan Kabai Attorneys, representing Sivino, Dumaizo, Dwayne, Faran in this matter. statement from my client.
Dankbaar is voor u verklaren dat het niet van de cliënt, dat de details gesprek was.
I see the time statement was commissioned was 5:30 in the evening or afternoon.
De tijd gebruikt op die verklaring dat je dat al 6 uur namiddag.
Is that correct?
Is het rechts?
If that's what's written on the statement, then that's correct, my lord.
Als het dat op die verklaring geschreven is, heel apart, dan kan dat het recht.
And it was taken by you.
Hier die verklaring van je.
That's correct, my lord.
Bevestig heel apart.
Now, getting to the taking of the statement by yourself, on whose instructions or under whose directive do you take the statement from a client?
These
Were you
instructions,
instructed, I'm sorry, were you instructed by Sergeant Mixed?
als die door vragen, Susan, misschien om dit verklaring te nemen,
That's correct, my lord.
is rechts heel apart.
If so, do you know how my client was brought to the police station?
Als dat het geval is, weet u hoe de cliënt in de politiestatie gebracht was?
I do not know, my lord.
Dat weet u heel apart.
Mr. Minstein has told us he was brought by community members and or the Patriotic Allowance group members.
Meneer Mills in het gezegd is dat neem is gebracht naar de politiestatie door de gemeenschapsleiders, mensen en van die Patriotic Alliance leden.
If that's what my colleague testified, then I believe that's how he was brought in, my lord.
Als dat het geval is, zoals de collega's al voor dat was, hoe hij ingebracht was.
You would have no knowledge of how long was he in the hands of the said community members and the Patriotic Alliance group.
So die Savi kan weet voor hoe lang hij met jullie mensen was, met de Patriotic Alliance en de gemeenschap.
That's correct, my lord.
Dus de rest is heel apart.
You also have no knowledge as to how he was treated by such groups.
Die trafikanten hoe hij zo behandeld was, dat zelfs groepen.
That's correct, my lord.
Dus de rest is heel
You did not ask all these issues from him.
Die het niet jullie alle jullie belangrijke punten van vragen.
No, my lord. All I asked him was, is he fine with me interviewing and obtaining a statement, my lord? And he said he was fine with it, my lord.
Die heel apart wat ik wel hem gevraagd is alleen, als in een positie dat ik voortgaan om verklaring van te nemen, hij toch gezegd is.
Do you know how long he was with Sergeant Mixtein?
Kan weet u hoe lang was hij met Stefan Losse?
I do not know, my lord, and I did not inquire that as well, my lord.
Ik kennis heel apart dat ik zo vragen.
Do you know the extent of his interview with Mr. Mixtein and how long did it take?
Weet u die onderhoud met oude mensen voor dat soms op hoe lang ze dat gaan nemen?
I have no knowledge, my lord.
Het weet niet eerder.
How is your Afrikaans command?
Hoe is Afrikaans gesproken?
Good, my lord.
Goed, heel apart.
I can see. I see that you didn't use an interpreter when you were taking my client's statement.
Ik kan zien dat die het tot zo gaat dat u taal nemen.
That's correct, my lord.
Dus hij is zo heel apart.
Did you ask him what standard of education he has?
Ik heb niet van gevraagd wat er standaard op school is. Wat hij heeft.
I did not, my lord.
Ik heb niet eerlijk.
You told before that you were taking his statement in the office. I'm quoting you wrong.
Yes,
You can advance.
Hij heeft gezegd dat ik in de kantoor. Ik kan van mijn recht naar gezegd verkeerd is.
It is at it's normally now called a victim-friendly room or victim support room, my lord. It is a room at Saldanha Police Station, my lord.
Als er kamer naar bij Saldanha Politiestatie waar slachtoffers in het waren moeten gehouden. Waar onder de wet
That's where
slachtoffers
that's where we normally sit with witnesses when obtaining statement because it's more private and there is a bit of comfort in it, my lord.
Dus waar ons op mondelijk verklaring doen van getuies, waar hulle mondelijk vrij voordelen van.
rather than standing at the CSC, my lord.
In plaats van die aanklachten te staan.
You told this court that my client looked relaxed when you were taking the statement from.
Die het gezegd, om als kalm te die verklaring van opnieuw.
That's correct, my lord. I was comparing to the previous time when I first met him at his residence, my lord.
Dus recht inderdaad wanneer de pers in verband met de eerste keer toe om ontmoet het.
My point is that you also told this court that you were with your colleague Captain Chetty on this day. At this time.
Hij was met kapitein Chetty op die dag gedurende die tijd.
That's correct, my lord.
Dus recht zo eerlijk.
Was my client coherent in giving his statement?
Was hij persoon dat zich verklaring
Coherent. He was not jumping from this point to that point. He was giving you a chronological.
het is een verklaring en een manier gegeven waar hij niet nu pad en daar pad maar een chronologische orde.
That's correct, my lord.
Dus recht zo eerlijk waren.
Did you have any reasons to doubt that what he was telling you is not the truth?
Het is enige reden gehad om niet te aanvaarden dat wat hij voor u zo zijn in waarheid was.
No, my lord, I had no reasons.
Nee, eerlijk waren.
Tell us the format of taking the statement. Was it the whole story narrated at once? Or was it a question and answer form?
Kan u verhoor zeggen wat de orde hier voor ons genomen is wat de persoon die willen verklaren. Verhalen niet oordra of was het een vraag antwoord?
I asked Mr. Van Rijn to tell us the story of that day from the beginning until the end of the day.
Ik heb me gevraagd om aan het spoor te dragen, dus op jeugd van die dag, van het begin tot het einde.
And with him telling the story, my lord, I was making notes without interrupting him, my lord.
Toen wij nog aan het spoor dragen, eerder waren van die historie, heb ik alles in kant geschreven om niet voor me
As he, and before he started telling his story, I told him that once he's done telling his story, I might have questions and I will ask him those questions if there's anything that I need him to clarify in his story, my lord.
Ik heb toen gezegd, aangezien ik nog met me gaan praten, en ik weet zeker goeder aan je gaan zeggen, ik ga het niet spreken, als je mag je vragen, maar dat zeker goeder onduidelijk is.
And I did so, my lord, and then after asking the questions, I told him I'm going to start typing his statement, and with me typing the statement, you will have to tell the story again, my lord, so that I can type the statement, my lord.
Na dit het dan waren toen van gezegd gaan we die verklaring tik. En het toen mevrouw iemand maar net weer van die sê. Dat is met de woord gezegd zodat ik mij nog aan sê dat het tik.
Thank you very much for that explanation. I will once again put to you that Sergeant Milstein told this honorable court that he read the statement from my client after you completed.
Maar steeds sy getuienis gewees in die hof dat hy die verklaring voorgelees het aan die beskuldigde nadat hy dit geneem.
My question, my lord, is specific whether he read it to her or to my client for now.
Hy het nou steeds die verklaring wat die geneem het voorgelees aan vir my cliënt.
No, your worship. No, my lord, sorry. When I was taking Mr. Van Rijn's statement, Sergeant Milstein was not involved in that, my lord.
De verklaring van Milstein was van Rijn was Milstein niet teenwoordig.
I handed the statement to Sergeant Molstein when I was done obtaining the statement from Mr. Van Rijn and all the signatures were there, my
Die
lord.
verklaring is deurlei oorhandig aan Molstein nadat die verklaring van niemand het opgelees het aan meneer Van Rijn.
That was my initial question to you, Sergeant. Maybe we didn't get the last part. My question was, did Sergeant Milstead read my client's statement after you complete writing it?
Het meneer Molstein my beskuldigde verklaring gelees het, oor aan gelees het nadat hy dit geneem het.
He did not read the statement in my presence, my lord, but I told him what was in Mr. Van Rijn's statement, my lord.
Hy het nie die verklaring gelees nie, maar hy het hom wel om te sê wat in die verklaring staan.
When you say you did not read it, thank you, Sergeant, for that answer. What did you do with my client after taking his statement?
Na die verklaring geneem is van my cliënt, wat het jy met my cliënt gedoen?
I told Mr. Van Rijn that he is excused, my lord.
Ek het meneer Van Rijn gesê dat hy verskoon was.
Why did you excuse him?
Hoekom het jy hom verskoon?
Because I was done taking down his statement, my lord.
Dit was klaar om te neem, die verklaring te neem, meneer.
And there wasn't anything that I needed further from him, my lord.
Daar was niks anders wat ek van hom sou verwag het.
Do you know how did he get home?
Weet jy hoe hy by die saak gekom het?
No, my lord, I do not know.
Nee.
Sergeant Milstead told this court that he initially interviewed my client
Stefan Molstein sê hy het 'n onderhoud met die cliënt gevoer.
and after his interviewing of him, he could not get evidence that justified the arrest of my client.
En hy sê nadat hy met hom onderhoud gevoer het, was dat hy geen iets het, dat hy niks van om beskuldigde aan te hou.
Do you have any comment to that?
Sien nog kommentaar?
I do not have any comment, my lord.
Geen kommentaar.
He further told this court that after reading the statement you took from my client for the second time, he decided that there was no evidence justifying the release of my client. Do you have any comment on that? Justifying the arrest of my client.
Hy sê toe die tweede keer toe die verklaring gelees het en beslis gespreek het, as daar geen rede waarom die cliënt sou aanhou. Nog kommentaar?
No comment, monsieur.
Geen kommentaar.
Now coming to your evidence in chief to me. You testify that you received a call
U het getuig dat u oproep ontvang het,
that Mr. Van Rijn was found.
dat meneer Van Rijn so gevind was.
Can you explain the meaning that he was found?
Kan u verduidelik dan met wat bedoel word van gevind.
Your Worship, initially, sorry, my Lord. Initially, Mr. Van Rijn was only mentioned to us by his nickname, Steffi.
Eerstens ene was meneer Van Rijn net aan ons bekend aan met zijn bijnaam, de naam van Stefan.
And then the message was relayed that we are looking for Steffi, as he's mentioned as one of the people that was at the residence on the day that Joshlin Smith went missing, my Lord.
Dat ons toen verder gesprek is dat ons een persoon zoekt, een persoon zoekt met de naam van Stefan, wat moeilijk daar was, die dag toen Joshlin vermist wordt.
So he was one of the people that we had to get to an interview regarding the events. And regarding the events of the day that Joshlin went missing, my Lord.
En verband met wat zo gebeurde de dag toen Joshlin zo vermist raakte.
No, you explain to me the context of that fund. I wanted to know which context that fund was in. Explain that to me.
Kan u dat verduidelijken in verband met de context van fund?
You further testify that he was at Mrs. Smith's residence on the day in question, the day when Joshlin got missing, and on that date also Lorencia came to the premises.
U heeft ook gezegd dat op die dag van toen Joshlin vermist was, dat hij bij de woning was en Lorencia het ook daarop gedacht.
That's correct, my Lord.
Dus de reactie hier.
This is what you said in your evidence in chief contradicts with paragraph 2 of Exhibit P, the one you've taken, Joseph.
Wat hier nog voordragen dat in verklaring staan is verschil. In verband met de tweede paragraaf.
I will read line number 1, 2, 3, 4. Line number 4.
Ik kan lezen vanaf deel 4.
On paragraph 2 of Exhibit B.
Paragraaf 2 of Exhibit 4.
Thank you, my Lord. I walked in at Buddha's house
Ik heb ingedoen bij Boeddha's huis
and I found him.
en het om te gevind.
This is what my client told you on the 29th of February 2024. This is what you typed in your computer. I found. Finding someone and someone coming to the places too.
Gevind en een persoon komt naar een plek toe, speelt verschillende goed. En hoe het is vandaag,
You testify that my client told you that on the day when Joshlin got missing,
op die dag toen Joshlin toe vermist raakte,
he was at Mr. and Mrs. Smith's residence.
hij was bij die plek bij de woning van mevrouw Smith en Apollos.
And while he was there, Lorencia came.
Toen hij daar was, Lorencia toen opgedacht.
Lord, I don't recall the evidence to be that. I don't think this witness ever explained the evidence that way. I stand to be corrected.
Let's also recall the evidence because when the witness started what she was told, she didn't give us a detail. She said that she made notes and she asked questions of clarification and she typed. And what's in the statement was what she was told on the date of the 22nd, 1:30. That was the day when Mrs. Van responded to this. He was asked questions and he was speaking to other people. In her presence, that she was confused that he was the minister. So I don't know whether you can assist me where in the evidence in chief you refer to, and I can find it in the notes.
The search continued.
I'm going to
I will start from there, my note.
from
In my note, the search continued. We found Stefan at his residence. There were people outside and there were people inside. I could hear that there were people talking, asking where he was when the child got missing. His answer was he was at Mr. and Mrs. Smith's residence on that date. I'll rephrase my question now, Your Worship. I see where I'll be a mistake. I see. This is what she heard from the people who were talking. Not that it was coming from.
there is no clear detail. And yes, you are correct. In that discussion, what she overheard, we talking to members of the community, the words that she used was he also told other people that Lorencia came there. That's when you heard that she already found in Batista time in the question and answer session of the 10th second. So I don't think it's fair to confront her that way. Because the first time she really sat down with me was a September night. And it's time where he wasn't going to go to Mr. Potts and see what's on his day. He was passing by. And then he found the city with the race. So that's the version of the gave, which is consistent with what
Hence, I corrected
your version.
Hence, I corrected myself. Worship, this question is not for this witness. It's for those people who are speaking inside the trying to. I'll take you to this piece of evidence in your evidence section. Where my client, I was going to start from alone, and I took down his statement.
Well, that is verklaring afgeneem.
Was there anything that stood out from you? I didn't hear the full questioning by my client, but where I want to go to is your answer. He was sitting inside the shelter, and Mr. Smith, this is what stood out. Who was sitting outside?
Mr. Faran was sitting inside, my lord, and the
Mr.
children,
Faran woon gesit in 'n bar.
and the children were playing outside.
Kinders het net gespeel.
my client will dispute that while he was giving you his statement, he ever told you that he was sitting inside, and the time he was inside, Kelly's children were playing outside. He will dispute.
On the day that I took his statement, that's what he told me, my lord.
Do you have Exhibit B in front of you? Exhibit B?
Yes, my lord.
With the leave of the court, can you just show me that piece of evidence when my client is telling you I was sitting inside the shack and Mr. Smith's children were playing outside?
The way the question was asked, the way the witness was led, was not so much what was noted in the statement, but what stood out from her, based on the version that was given on the 22nd, and what was now being said in this interview on the 29th. If I understand the evidence, it's not contained in the statement. She was asked what stood out for her, and that's the reason why that evidence was made. I stand to be corrected that that is not noted specifically in the statement.
Let the witness answer. So I'm going to ask Ms. Kabai to just repeat the question to the witness, and I'm sure the witness can answer that.
You are saying
He said,
my client
here,
was sitting inside the shack
you're going to be going to the sun.
and Kelly's children were playing outside.
My lord, if I recall correctly, that came from after I've learned that on the 19th of February it was a very hot day. And that answer regarding the children being playing outside and Mr. Faran sitting inside came from me when I asked him where was he when the children were playing outside, my lord, because I needed to find out from where he was sitting, could he see the children playing outside, my lord. I needed to know if where he was sitting, was it right in front of the door where he could see the children playing, my lord, and that's how that statement came from, my lord, from him sitting inside and the children playing outside, my lord.
Let us have a look at the
And that was because I needed to understand if he physically saw with his own eyes Miss Lorencia Lombard going to her house with Joshlin and Miss Lorencia coming back along without Joshlin, my lord. Because I had already picked up on the 22nd of February that his assumption was Miss Lorencia Lombard left with Joshlin to her house and she never came back, my lord. So I needed to confirm that he physically saw Miss Lorencia go to her house with Joshlin and come back without Joshlin, my lord.
And from Exhibit P, the statement that you took, it's one of the issues that you clarified with him. So the statement is clear, he didn't physically see the kids at any stage. The question is, and the statement they make to the witness is that it's clear from the contents of Exhibit P, the statement of Mr. Faran, that at no stage did he see the children.
According to his statement, my lord.
And that is the document you are using here in court. His statement, what he said in his statement, what you wrote down from him.
Dit is wat ons gebruik in die hof as ek verklaar wat u sê het gesê wat u geskryf het van volgens u van hom.
That's good.
Sergeant, I put to you that it is not my client's assumption, as you are saying it for the third time. It is not his assumption that Lorencia it is not an assumption what he's saying about Lorencia.
Dit is nie dat ek vir Lorencia verdink het iemand het dat gesê het van Lorencia.
It is clear from his statement.
Dit is duidelik van sy verklaring.
He is saying,
Hy sê
I had Lorencia calling Joshlin to go and look for her child who was asleep. You put it in this statement. You cannot come to court and say now it's an assumption.
ek het gesê ek het gehoor dat juffrou Lombard vir Joshlin se geroep het om te gaan kyk na kinders geslaap.
That's correct, my lord, and I did not say he assumed what is in the statement, my lord.
Ek het nie gesê dat hy kan so gee in sy verklaring.
This appears on paragraph 5 of Exhibit P, the last two sentences. I will read it for the record. Renzi is Lorencia. Renzi was on her way out, and I heard her calling for Joshlin to go look at her house if her child is still sleeping. Statement from my client, written by you. Now it is in Exhibit P.
Dis 'n verklaring van die een wat u moet geskryf het dat voorkom en dan is dit P.
This was just a statement, my lord. It's a follow-up to her question.
Because she never said he is sick. He told her, he overheard this call, and that's exactly how it's put in the statement.
It's just that, my lord, I don't want to waste cost time and go back to the answer she just gave before I put this question to her. She used that name. It was, I assumed. That's what the witness said.
No. I think we confusing the assumptions and the speculation that was on the 22nd that was said there. On the 29th, when the statement was taken, as I heard, Mr. Faran was clear as to what his version was, and this is how she wrote it down. So you recall from the statement, I had a brief look arrived there on his way to the second-hand dealer, met up with Mr. Paulus and Lorencia. They were smoking. Then he left again and he came back. At that time, Lorencia was still there. That's when Lorencia was calling for Joshlin to go to her house, to Lorencia's house, to go see whether the children were still sleeping or the child still sleeping. The statement goes further and said, after that, Lorencia left Mr. Paulus and Miss Smith's house. So that's how I have it, and there's nothing controversial about that. It seems consistent, as I've indicated, with what your client had said up till now. He didn't physically see Joshlin because from where he was sitting inside, he couldn't see where the kids were playing. And we go back to the beginning of the statement. It says, when he arrived there for the first time, he also didn't see the children.
We were together, my lord. When I'm concluding, I'll go back to the statement of Stefan to wrap up some issues. Now let us go to the statement of Lorencia.
Is that Exhibit O?
Exhibit O, yes, my lord.
Yes, I'm with you.
On the 20th of September 2024, February 2024, you testify that you took the statement of Ms. Lombard.
That's correct, my lord.
Can you inform this court exactly what was your role? Were you part of the investigation team?
That's correct, my lord. I was assisting the investigating officer, my lord.
Yes,
You are correct. Because 9 days after the 20th, I see you taking the statement of my client. That is correct. I'm interested to know whether you explained to Ms. Lombard the reasons why you wanted to take a statement?
That's correct, my lord.
What were the reasons?
The reasons was she was being mentioned as one of the people that was at the premises on the day that Joshlin Smith went missing.
And in which language were you speaking with Ms. Lombard?
En dat taal het die voor normaal gepraat.
We were speaking in Afrikaans, my lord.
En Afrikaans delen.
Tell this honorable court, what were your exact words when you wanted Ms. Lombard to give you the statement? Your first words you said.
Wat as die eerste woorden?
In Afrikaans. In Afrikaans. He wanted to use the Afrikaans words that she used.
Yes.
De eerste woorden Afrikaans worden gebruikt door iemand die voor normaal communiceren.
At that moment, Your Worship, my lord, sorry, I did not know her full names, so I addressed her as Renzi, as she was saying, my lord.
Op daardie oomblik was ek bekend met haar volle naam nie. Ek het aangespreek as Renzi.
I said to her, Renzi, eers al klaar bewus dat Joshlin vermis aangeklaar was gisterand.
You are already aware that Joshlin was reported missing last night.
En jy is genoem as een van die mense wat op die woonstel was waar Joshlin was laatst gesien het. My lord,
You were at the premises. You were at the premises where Joshlin was last seen.
en ek moet verklaar, ek moet in 'n onderhoud saam met jou hou en ek moet ook 'n verklaring van u vat. My lord,
I must have an interview with you and to also take a statement from you.
in verband met alles wat jy kan vir ons sê van die dag. My lord,
As far as what you can tell us, what happened on the day.
Thank you, Sergeant. Did he give you the whole summary of the statement? Or,
I didn't get the question.
I'm sorry, my lord, did she give you the summary of everything? Or it was a question answer format?
Was het de opsomming van wat u van gevraagd hebt, of was het een geval waar vraag gevraagd wordt, antwoord wordt gevraagd wordt?
I told her that she needs to give me her movements of the 19th of February 2024 and informed her that as she's telling her story of that day, I'll be making notes, and after taking the notes, if there's any questions that I will need her to clarify, I'll ask those questions, my lord.
Ik heb toevallig gevraagd om aan de bekend te stellen wat de beweging was op de dag van de 19e. En zo dat neerschrijf. En als ons bijvoorbeeld klaar is, als hij het gevraagd had, zo heeft het verhelderd, zal ik het aan haar vragen.
So it was not a question and answer format, it was a summary. Then after she has told you what, she has told you her statement, did you further question her?
Nadat ik in de vakantie genomen heb, ik van verdere vragen gehad.
As after the interview, my lord, I took down her statement as she gave her movements of the 19th of February, my lord.
Toen ik die verklaring neergelegd had, heb ik het neergeschreven, zoals ik aan mijn voorgedaan van het gebeuren van de 19e.
I take it you didn't put questions to her.
Die vragen.
For me to take her statement, my lord, I should have asked questions where she needed to clarify what she was telling me about the day, my lord.
Om een verklaring te nemen, moest ik vragen of het eigenlijk om herinneren was ik niet zo verklaring zou geven.
You don't have a duty to remember. Do you remember some of those questions you put to her?
Ik denk dat dat kan bijvoorbeeld gewoon niet, maar ik kan je nog enige vraag wat je nog vragen kan je vragen nog.
One of the questions that I remember asking her
Een van de vragen die van nog wat ik gevraagd waren.
was when she came back with Joshlin, as she said, when she went to look at her children, Joshlin followed her, and then they both came back together. One of the questions that I asked, when they got back to where Joshlin is residing, where did Joshlin go? Was she aware of where she went? And then,
Wat ik wel gevraagd heb, aangezien voor het moment dat ze op zee Joshlin toen naar huis toe was om te gaan kijken naar de kind, ik heb ook gevraagd of ze bewust van waar ze Joshlin zou willen gaan voor het terugkeren.
Do you remember how we replied?
Kan je nog zich antwoorden?
I do not remember the answer as to whether she saw where Joshlin went from the house, my lord.
En kan nie aanhou in verband met as sy so gaan word in verband kon sy sien waar die Joshlin sou gegaan het.
But she did say she went to her house and she came back to where Joshlin is residing with Joshlin, my lord.
So wat sy wel gesê het, dat sy is wel na huis toe, sy het teruggekeer waar Joshlin op 'n agterpas met die Joshlin.
Did you understand each other fully at the time of the taking of the statement?
Kon julle mekaar goed verstaan toe die verklaring neem?
That's correct, my lord.
Dis reg so julle.
After taking the statement, did you read it back to her?
Nadat die verklaring geneem het van haar, het jy dit teruggelees aan haar?
I did so, my lord, and I explained to her that this is her statement, so if I'm reading and there's something that is in the statement that's not correct, she needs to inform me, and if there's something that I did not put in a statement that she believes is important, needs to be in the statement, she must also inform me, my
En
lord.
ek het aan haar gesê, jy wat haar het was dat enige iets in die verklaring dat nie wil heeft goed vir my sê, enige dat iemand het uitgevat, want dit van belang is, moet nie ook van my kant van sê.
Was she satisfied with the contents of her statement?
Was sy tevrede met die inhoud van haar verklaring?
That's correct, my lord, she was.
Ja, waar sy was.
Did she confirm that the contents of her statement reflected the true version of what he told you, she told you?
Het sy toe bevestig dat hierdie wat in die verklaring goed verskyn, dat dit die regte weergawe was wat sy vir u gesê het.
She did, my lord.
Sy het eerlikwaar
From Exhibit O,
Yes.
I see the initials RS and the signature that appears to be S or L Lombard. Is she the person who signed the statement?
hier op die verklaring kan jy sien dat is RS en nog aantekening, voorkomens op S nommer. Is dit sê die persoon wat aangeteken?
The RS is my initials, my lord, and the signature. And the signature is Ms. Lombard's signature, my lord.
En die aantekening sou weer vir Lombardson is eerlikwaar.
Thank you, Sergeant. First page, there's RS and then a signature, L Lombard. You've clarified that. Thank you. Did she indeed take an oath?
Het sê die dit geneem,
She did, my lord.
sy het eerlikwaar
And say she understood the contents of the statement to be true and correct?
sê het sy verstaan dat die inhoud van die verklaring korrek is en reg.
That's correct, my lord.
Dis reg so julle.
And that she has no objections in taking the prescribed oath?
Dat sy geen beswaar gehad het om die eed af te lê.
That's correct, my lord.
Dis reg so julle.
And that she knows that she understands the oath to be binding in her conscience.
Dat sy ook bewus is dat die eed bindend op haar gewete is.
That's correct, my lord.
Dis reg so julle.
And she saw in God's name that the statement was correct.
Sy het gesien dat die verklaring reg is.
That's correct, my lord.
Reg so julle.
Thank you, Sergeant Sofobe. When I was perusing the statement of Lorencia,
Toe ek hierdie verklaring van Lorencia hier kyk, hier lees,
I didn't see the mention of my client. Maybe it's because my imagination, I don't want to see his name there. I didn't see his name.
met naam van die kliënt wil nie verskyn, ek weet of ek nie dit so wil hê nie, maar ek wil voorkom as ek nie klaar kliënt se naam in die verklaring sien.
Please help and show me where it is.
Kan u dan vir my help om dit vir my uit te lees?
On page 2,
Page
paragraph
That's it.
7, paragraph 7, my lord,
Paragraaf 7 die teken.
line number 3, my lord.
Reël 3 die teken.
Oh, I couldn't read that as, I was thinking Shefi, I didn't know who's Shefi or Shichu. I didn't know that you're referring to my client.
Ek het dit gesien, maar ek het nie probeer dat jy dit so die cliënt so wees wat die naam daarop geskryf.
In the statement I took from Ms. Lombard, she only mentioned Mr. Van Rijn as Steffi.
Die verklaring wat ek geneem wat net van mevrou Lombard onderbare, sê net die naam van Stefan.
Was she specific as to the time she saw my client at Kelly's place?
Was sy spesifiek met die tyd toe sy die cliënt sien by die woon?
I do not recall all the contents in the statement, my lord, but it was mentioned that during the day of the 19th.
Ek kan nie alles wat in die verklaring staan of aanhou nie inhoud, maar gedurende die onderhoud het hy wel gesê, dit was gedurende die dag, op die dag van die 19th.
I'm putting this question to you, Sergeant, because my client left his residence after 12 on the day in question. He might have passed Shelley's place after 1.
Ek sê dit vir u dat my cliënt so veel woon van uit so 12 en so voorbij Shelley's plek gegaan so na 1.
I have read the statement of Ms. Lombard. I also see her statement makes a reference of her activities as far as Ms. Smith's house.
Ek het hierdie verklaring gelees van Lorencia, waar ek gesien het waar sy melding gemaak het van verband met die bewegings die huis van
On the 19th of February 2024.
op die 19de van Februarie 2024.
This is the question. When you took my client's statement on the 29th of February 2024 at police station, safe, okay?
Toe u die verklaring van die cliënt so neem op die 29 Februarie polisiestasie,
Did you notice any common details between her statement and my client's statement? If you did, what are those details?
gesien, maar dat sou dieselfde sê in haar verklaring en dat hy nie in sy verklaring sou staan.
And if you did, if they are or they were, what are those details? Common details. What is common?
Dieselfde in sy verklaring staan en wat in haar verklaring staan.
At the moment, I can recall that Ms. Lorencia did mention that Stefan, Mr. Van Rijn was at the premises where the child went missing, and Mr. Van Rijn also did not deny that. He did say that he was at some point at the premises of
Op hierdie stadium kan ek onthou dat mevrou van Lorencia sou gesê het dat dit skuldig is op die of meneer Van Rijn op die kasteel was op die dag van die voorval. So dit is dieselfde wat meneer Van Rijn ook gesê dat hy ook daar was op die dag van die
I agree with you. These are the similarities I also noticed from your statement to my client's statement. My client does mention seeing Lombard at Kelly's place on the day in question. Further mentions smoking on that day. Further mentions that she further mentions hearing Lorencia calling Joshlin.
Sy sê toe verder dat sy daar was, het gesmook, en hy sê toe verder dat hy kan onthou dat ek gehoor het dat Lorencia vir Joshlin so genoeg het.
Would you agree with me?
Kan jy saam met hom?
Yes, my lord.
Before I release you, was there any reasons for you to suspect that she was not telling the truth?
No, my lord.
You believed that what she was telling you was the truth.
That's correct, my lord.
And she made you to believe what she was telling you was the truth.
That's correct, my lord, because she was aware that her statement is under oath, my lord.
And she knew all these questions and the contents despite her scratching of the head and the arms.
That's correct. That's correct, my lord.
Is it correct that you took her statement the following morning or the following day after Joshlin was alleged to be missing? Yes, my lord. Can I repeat the question?
That the statement was taken on the day after
That's correct, my lord.
Just a minute, my lord. This one's what the paper has said. Before I release you, Sergeant, my client didn't see Kelly's children on the 19th. Didn't see Joshlin. Didn't sit inside the shack. At all times, material that too, he was seated outside the shack. Your comment?
So there are two questions.
Okay.
The first statement is that he did not see Kelly's children at all on that day. So that's the first statement.
If that's what you testified to, my lord, I cannot argue with that, my lord.
And the second part is Faran. Can you just repeat the second question?
At all times, material that too. And on the 19th of February 2021, and at Kelly's place, he was seated outside.
Outside.
If that's what you testified to as well, my lord, I cannot argue with that.
Thank you, my lord. I have no further questions for this.
Mr. Stefan.
Thank you, my lord. My lord, I would like to take a few instructions before I proceed with cross-examination. I see it's a few minutes before the short adjournment. I seek the court's indulgence and request that we take the adjournment a few minutes earlier so that I can take instructions during that time.
15 minutes.
That would be suitable, my
So
lord.
we'll take a short journey down. As far as the end, we will then conclude with the evidence of this purpose and ensure that we make it necessary. I'm here with you, with the meeting us, and we will plan for the custom of the knowledge.
Thank you, my lord. I'm indebted to God.
you in a Padre, police does a Padafi, they can near a continuously information about Padafi.
This car drove with him until a certain street, Faran Street. I might be pronouncing this street wrongly. When they arrived there, the man who was driving with him from home until this point told him to get outside of the car.
I let to the rain to the part that the reason say more the class from Strap, but the man to go say the car in the club.
And at that time, he could see a convoy of cars. He said to me, it was like it's a rally for the president. He could see a convoy of many cars. And he was taken to an orange double-cab buggy. When he entered this buggy, he could see Gaten Mackenzie.
I said to Mackenzie.
He knows the driver by sight, but there was a third passenger. There was the other passenger.
I came the over the steering consider, but there was a third passenger.
Is there any chance that Gaten Mackenzie is working with the police?
As the year comes that Mackenzie and the police there.
I do not understand the question, correct, my lord.
I'll make it simple for you. Do you have any knowledge as who sent Mackenzie to send someone to pick my client from his residence?
I do not, my lord, and as I've already testified, I was with my captain when we were informed that Stefano is at the police station, my lord. I do not know how it came to him being brought to the police station, my lord.
My instructions are that he was transported by Mackenzie, and the instructions that he must be brought to the police station were Mackenzie's instructions.
I say it was the communion na the police station. That was to Mackenzie's instructions that he must know what the police station.
You testify that you. Oh, sorry, my lord.
Were you aware at the time of any instructions given by Gaten Mackenzie?
I do not, my lord.
After you released him, did you ask him how he's going to get home?
I did not, my lord.
Why you didn't?
I assumed he can walk home or he can get home at the same way that he came to the police station, my lord.
At some stage, you testify that you were instructed to go and address the crowd, address the committee members.
I misunderstood the police.
I thought we clarified that earlier.
Yes, not.
That was not the evidence.
Can you correct me on this piece of evidence? When the crowd was outside.
Just one moment. I can't hear you because you're speaking away from the microphone.
I'm sorry, my lord, and I'm sorry. When you saw that there was crowd outside, is there anything you did?
En hy het enigiets gedoen.
I did not do anything, my lord. I went into the police station.
Ek het niks gedoen nie, maar ek het in die polisie gegaan.
That's when Sergeant Molstein said to me and Captain Chetty that Stefano is at the police station, and seeing that his statement still needs to be obtained, can we please assist him with obtaining the statement, as he needs to go and address the
Patriotic Alliance.
no, not the, he did not, it wasn't specific, he didn't say patriotic, the parties, what do you, can't get to the word now.
The people that were outside.
Dit is toe die tyd, toe die minister van Noord-Oosten ons gesê het, dat meneer Van Rijn en die polisiestasies kan ons om help om klaar te maken. Hy sou die skade beter aanspreek.
Thank you, Sergeant Sport. Who was going to address the people who were outside?
Wie sou die skade beter aanspreek?
Sergeant Molstein, my lord.
So Sergeant Molstein hier.
And he said so even yesterday. Thanks a lot, Sergeant Sport.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Mkabai.
you, my lord.
Mr. Sivanarayan.
Thank you for the indulgence on your own, my lord. Constable, were you one of the officials who was ever tasked with the duty of having to pick up or collect accused number 3 from where she might be to take her to the police station?
Was die enige taak om beskuldigde op te tel, of was die een van die lede wat de taak was om beskuldigde op te tel met de polisiestasie?
Yes, my lord.
Ja, die gevallen.
Can you recall or tell us on how many occasions was it?
Kan iemand nou en vir onsself hoeveel keer dit so gebeur het?
I can't say precisely how many times, but it was numerous times.
En kan nie vir u, soos ek sê, hoeveel keer nie, maar het was een paar keer.
My instructions from accused number 3 are that on the 4th of March, she as well as accused number 1 were picked up from Hawke's Bay Hotel, and you were one of the officials who were picked up from there.
Instructie van beskuldigde nummer 3 is dat self beskuldigde nummer 1 was toe opgetel door Hawke's Bay, die was deel van die lede wat daar opgetel.
That's correct, my lord.
Dus rechtstuk met elkaar.
From the hotel, they were then taken to Sea Border Unit.
Hulle is toe van die hand vanaf die hotel, soos hulle na Seaboard worden eenheid.
That's correct, my lord.
Dus rechtstuk met elkaar.
And it was there at Sea Border Unit that accused 1 was taken in for questioning.
Dus het was bij Seaboard, waar de beskuldigde nummer 1 ingeneem was voor ondervraging.
That's correct, my lord.
Dus rechtstuk.
Do you know how long the interview with accused number 1 lasted?
Weet nie hoe lang die panel dat so beskuldigde nummer 1 so hou het.
I do not know, my lord, as I was not part of that interview, my lord.
Ek draai die kennis nie dat julle maar aangesien ek deel van die persoon wat ondergevoerd was nie.
Were you seated far from the room where this interview was being conducted?
Was die ver vanaf hierdie kamer waar hierdie van ons gevoer was.
I was far, my lord. At the sea border, there's 2 buildings in the same yard. The sea border offices are at the top and our offices are at the bottom. So I was at our office and the interview was being conducted at the sea border office. Madam.
Het aspect die we hebben op seaborders dat is niet echt heel en weer gebouwen. Ons gebouw is de onderkant, en de achterkant is het waar dus onder zo'n plaats wat als de seaborders gebaseerd worden. En dat we onze kant doen.
The reason why I'm asking how far you were away is because my instructions from accused number 3 are that during the interview with accused number 1, she could hear screams.
De reden waarom ik die vraag vraag is dat de schuld nummer 3 zegt dat je niet deed toe, wanneer het zo gevoel was met de schuld nummer 4, kon ze schreeuwen.
The buildings are not right next to each other, my lord.
De gebouwen zijn ieder langs aan de andere die waren.
You did not hear any screams.
Niet in het geschreven worden.
That's correct, my lord.
Dat is recht in
Taking into consideration the distance away that you were, if someone was screaming, would you have heard it?
Kom ons praten over die afstand van waar u was en waar jullie onder onze klas van. Als daar op ons wees, wat ze geschreven, als het monitor tot het kan worden.
If the person is screaming loud, my lord, I should have heard his.
Als die persoon zo hard schreeuwt, zo erg niet geschreeuwd, zo gewoon.
On the night of or the evening of the 4th of March, did you ever invite accused number 3 to sit with you in your office?
Die namiddag op de aanvang van de maart, heb je een bestuurder nummer 3 gevraagd? Of dan wil je om je kan met ons zitten?
Can I just get clarity on that? Are you talking about the evening of the 4th of March?
That is correct.
Because they were arrested early in the morning or taken in at Wiki's by.
My lord, may I just confirm that? May I approach you?
Yeah. I just want to get the timeline correct. In the plea explanations, it was said that they were taken from the Wiki's Spy Hotel in the early hours of the morning of the 4th. That was a Monday. So is your question relating to that Monday evening?
My lord, I've just taken instructions. My client confirmed that it was the early hours of the morning of the 5th. It was around...
Of the 5th?
Yes, my lord. Either at 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock that morning.
So
it was towards the end of the interview with accused number 1 when you had asked her to come and sit with you in your office.
Dit was naby die einde van de skills van de dienste van de hoe u wat gevraagd om die kind wat kon sit.
I think it's important to phrase the question precisely.
Thank
So
you, my lord.
do I have it is that you're putting it to the witness
That is correct, my lord.
that in the early hours of the morning of the 5th of March, between 1 and 2, it's an estimate, that the witness asked Ms. Smith to come and join her in the office and sit with her.
That is correct.
Did you get the statement, ma'am?
Got it, my lord.
Yes, do you have an answer?
I do not recall saying that, but I'm also not denying I might have said it, my lord.
Kan nie onthou of dit gesê het, maar ek kan van stryd of dit.
Can you recall that you were there during the night?
Kan nie onthou dat ons er aan daar was.
Yes, my lord.
Ja, ja.
So, and it's possible that she would have been in your office in the early hours of the morning.
That's correct, my lord. She was at the office, she was at our office, she was in and out of the office, my lord. She was walking outside at some point. She would be inside as well, my lord.
Sy sal eigenlijk in het gebouw so wees hier aan.
Thank you.
Thank you, my lord. Constable, my instructions are that after being requested to sit in her office, accused 3 refused after she heard the screams.
Sy sê nadat sy net in die was in kantoor was, sy toe verweier nadat sy nie geskreef word.
Do you have any comment on that?
Kommentaar?
I do not recall that, my lord.
Ek kan nie dit onthou nie, maar
Thank you, my lord. I have no more questions.
Thank you. Any re-examination, Ms. Sedman?
Ma'am, can you please tell us at what time on the 4th of March were you part of the police contingent that fetched accused 1 and 3 from the Hookies Bay Hotel?
kan nie vir hom sê hoe lang was ek heel van lede wat beskuldig nommer 3 en 1 so kan haal Hookies Bay.
I do not recall the exact time,
Ek kan nie die presiese tyd onthou nie eerlik.
but I believe it was during the day, because I remember after that there was even a photo of me that was trending around in the media that was, my lord, with on the day that I went to pick up Ms. Smith and Mr. Apollos from Hookies Bay, my lord.
Can you please repeat? For the interpreter, he didn't get that.
I said I could not recall the exact time, but
Ek kan nie die presiese tyd onthou nie eerlik.
it was during the day. As from that event, there was even a photo that was taken of me and it was trending in the media, my lord.
Daar was ook 'n foto geneem.
In the time that accused 1 and 3 were brought to Seaborder / the FCS office, where was Ms. Smith being held?
Die tyd toe beskuldigde 1 en 3 toe geneem was na Seaborder kantoor waar was meneer Smith, waar was Juffrou Smith ingepak?
She was at the office at the bottom, which is our office, the FCS office, my lord.
Sy was by ons kantore onderdeel.
And when you say she walked in and out, what did you mean by that?
As u sê sy moet kyk in en uit beweeg, wat bedoel u daarin?
She wasn't sitting still, my lord. She was busy. She was walking up and down, my lord.
Sy het nie stil gesit nie, waar sy op en af geloop. Was sy gearresteer na arrestasie?
No, my lord.
Nee, eerlik.
Thank you, my lord. I have nothing further.
Thank you, Mrs. Fuge. You may be excused.
Sy bedoel dit.
You may be excused.
As the court pleases, my lord, before the witness enters, I have been requested by the witness that her face not be shown on camera. This is a civilian, and she fears repercussions from the community and fears for the safety of her children. This is Namla Tinzi, my lord. It's witness number 87 on the list, and for the benefit of the defense counsel, it's A150 in the docket.
Can we just for a moment whilst I will be trying to approach the witness?
My Lord, it's witness number 87 on the witness list.
Please give your full names to the court.
Chazela inkundla amagama wakho ephelele.
Namla Tinzi.
Namhla.
Namla Tinzi. Namla Tinzi.
Namhla Tinzi. Namhla Tinzi. Namhla would be A-N-N-A-M-H-N-H-L-A. And then Tinzi would be T-I-N-Z-I.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
Ingapha inkundla ethanda ukungafuni? No objection, my lord.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please raise your right hand.
Uyafunga konke okuzakuchaza kuzawuba inyani, inyani yodwa, inyani kuphela.
Ewe ndiyafuna.
I do.
So help me God.
Ngeke Thixo. Witness is sworn in, my lord. Ungachopha sisimahlala.
My Lord, not to my knowledge.
Namaste. There is a request, I believe, emanating from yourself.
Khona lesicelo kucabasuka kuwe.
Do not wish your images to be shown in the media and on live television, as this case is televised live.
Uyacela ukuthi kuso babonakale emaphepheni kanye i-TV njengoba yadala ke mabona. That's my request, Lord. I don't want to.
Can you provide me with the reasons why you want me to make such an order?
Ingaba ungakwazi ukuchaza ukuthi izizathu zokuba uThemba ucela isicelo sifanelise? Yes, I do have.
Yes, I'm listening.
I'm scared of the community and also very careful with my kids. I don't want them to see my social media.
Do you know whether members of the community know that you're a witness in the matter?
Ingaba ngokwazi kwakho ekuhlaleni kuyazoba ngolingelo lotyala ngokwazi kwakho.
Hayi akwaziwa. Abayazi.
They are unaware of what I am.
Mr. Haramsa, anything from your side?
I have no submission from this one.
Ms. Mkabai, anything from your side? Thank you. Mr. Sivnarain? Unlike some of the previous witnesses that we've had, who are members of the South African Police Services, where I've ruled otherwise, I am going to request the media not to focus on the image of the witness. If needs be, I will revisit the decision as we go along.
Ngiyalelwe intoba ngitawucela ke bezendaba angabisakuvuza lo buso bakhe ngakeli
You may still, however, capture the images of the questioner being either the prosecutor or the defense or the bench or the court personnel. The accused and or attendees to the proceedings. Do you understand the ruling, Ms. Tinsley?
My Lord, yes.
I understand, my Lord.
So for now, take a deep breath. Relax. I can see you very nervous. You try and go slow, Ms. Ehrman, so that the witness first relax
Indeed.
a little bit. I can see she's very tense.
Good day, ma'am.
Good.
This is the first time you're testifying in a court, is that correct?
My Lord.
It is correct, my Lord.
I want you to listen very carefully to the questions that are being asked. Breathe. Only when you understand the question must you answer.
Hetzelfde Ifra om nakkerig te luister naar die vraag. U moet eers asemhaal en eers dink voordat u antwoord kan geven.
And only when you understand.
En net als u verstaan, waar ik jou een pendulum, kan ik jou landeren kan gaan doen.
We're going to go very slowly because, as you will see, all court personnel are writing notes. So please take your time.
Ons gaan baie stadig aangaan. Aangezien u kan zien, meestal van die personeel in hof wordt neerschrijf. Zou het ook op omkutana ke sinanxamisisi kuba basaqaphela wonke umuntu ubhala phansi.
Are you okay now, ma'am?
There is a change, yes.
Very good. Now let's start with, can you please tell the Honorable Court, where do you reside?
You don't have to give the full address with street and house number.
Indeed.
Maybe just the general area, and if it's necessary, the perspectives of depth, etc., from where she was.
Thank you, my lord.
I'm residing at Tsitsi, my lord.
Now, we know that the reason you are here is because on the 19th of February 2024, you participated and helped Ms. Smith, that's accused number 3, in the search for Joshlin Smith. Is that correct?
Dit is 'n gemeenskap almal weet dat ek heel was van stop op die begin van die tweede maand van 24 toe ek hulle op soek was met dit. Dit was Smith en met mevrou Smith.
My lord.
Dis reg sê dat that's correct, my lord.
Please tell the court, on that particular day, what time did you come home from work?
Ngaleli ikhaza lekhona wasifika ngabani ixesha kuthiwa basemsebenzini ulanso ikaniveka koma
Emsebenzini nditshayisa u5 o'clock. So endlini ndafika past 5.
And you want my Lord to knock off at 5 o'clock. At home I might have arrived after 5. Vanaf die werk, Stefan steekt at 5 uur. En so many wonen aankomt zo na 5.
What happened when you arrived home that day?
When ze again when ik fikkie nie welkom aan nie. Wat het toe gebeur ek toe die reis aankom.
Before ndifike endlini, uye uKelly wandikhwaza ndama.
Voordat ek die reis gekom het middelbaar, het Kelly na my geroep, ek het gestaan.
Then weza kum wabuza bakhange ndimbone na uJoshlin.
Then she came to me and asked me, didn't I see Joshlin? Say to me, ik kom met een vrouw, ik ben Joshlin zo facility.
Ndathi kuKelly hayi ndisuka emsebenzini khange ndimbone uJoshlin.
Then I said to her, no, I didn't see Joshlin, I just come from work. Except before me getting to Joshlin facility, I get my first money back.
Then ndangena endlini.
Then I entered the house.
Dalungiselela isapha.
Then I was preparing supper. Dat was my reason, but to aanbieden voorbereiden.
Then waphinda wabuya uKelly after a few minutes. Wabuya ndabuza ba wamfumana na uJoshlin.
She came back, my Lord, and then I wanted to know from her, did you eventually found Joshlin? Sy het terug gekom en vra of sy eintlik by Joshlin toe gekry het.
Wathi yena akakamfumani.
Then the answer was that she has not found it yet. Sy het verder sy het nog nie gekry nie.
Is it correct, ma'am, that your home is not very far off from Ms. Smith's home?
Ingaba kunjalo na umuzi wakho okude kuNamla Smith.
Ewe nyaniso, my lord.
That's correct, my Lord. It is correct that when we fear this one, it was Smith's going on.
What happened next?
Emveni koba ndimbuzile uKelly ba umfumene na uJoshlin, uye wathi akakamfumani.
After I asked Kelly if I find Joshlin, she said she didn't find Joshlin yet. Nadat gevra het of sy Joshlin gekry, sy sê sy het Joshlin gekry.
Ndacela umntana wam omncinci ugama lakhe nguKhewange. Ndathi mabahambe umjonga eparkini apho kudlala khona abantwana.
Then I asked my younger child with the name of Kewange to go and look at the park where they usually play. Ek vra toe my jongste kind met die naam van Kewange om te gaan kyk by die park waar hulle gewoon weer speel.
Ndithe makahambe ibinguKhewange, inguKelly, inguRekwen, umntana kaKelly obulingana noKhewange.
It was Kewange, my son, Joshlin Kelly, and
Rekwen,
that is the son to Smith, who's the same age as Kewange. I get to Kewange from the Smith, and I see it, Rekwen, from the professor. But when Kewange said that older dog as Rekwen.
Bahambile ke bayojonga eparkini.
They left to go and look at the park, and let's go back to the park.
Baphinde babuya ke ndabuza ba nifumene na uJoshlin pha eparkini.
They came back and I asked them again, did you find Joshlin in the park? Hulle het toe teruggekeer en vra toe hulle of hulle Joshlin tot die park gekry het.
Wathi uKelly abamfumenanga.
Kelly said, we didn't find him. Kelly said on the park.
Then emveni koko ndiye ndathi kuKelly masihambe sojongani eDeersville apho khona uthanda ukuthi uya khona kwamalume wakhe.
I suggested to Kelly, let's go to Deersville, to her uncle, where she usually goes to. Ek het voorgestel aan Kelly ons moet na die oom sy toe gaan in Deersville, waar sy gewoon weer heen gaan.
Siye sahamba ke emveni koba ndithe kuKelly masihambe siye eDeersville, uye waphendula ubhuta wathi uJoshlin akekho phaya eDeersville. Ndabuza ke mna ba kutheni usithi akekho phaya. Wathi ke na kukude for uba uJoshlin aye phaa kwamalume wakhe. Ndathi
When I asked that, my lord, is she not in Deersville? Then Buddha answered, she wouldn't be at Deersville. My follow-up question was, why do you say that? Then he said, it's quite far. What is nog antwoord het Buddha toch antwoord, maar die concerning Deersville, obviously, die reden wat ek het gevoel het om nie. Hy sê dat dit is baie fair.
Ma'am, if I can just stop you there. Where did this conversation take place?
Njengoba nithetha nje le ncoko yenzeka phi? Ithetha niphi?
uKheli noBhuta bona bengapha kweyadi mina ndilapha eyadini.
Kelly and Buddha was outside the yard, I was inside the yard. They were on the other side of the yard. Kelly and Buddha was in the Anakan on the Island, and it was in the Anakan.
Very well. What happened next?
What's in number home?
Ndawuthi kuKheli umuntu kelahlekile ukhangela naphi so masambeni sine Deersville.
Then I said, listen to Kelly, when someone gets lost, you can go anywhere to look to the person. Let's go to Deersville.
So you
I
just
said for Kelly, as a person for Masters, can you get up to play for the person? So, come on, Deersville.
So unlike what Bhuta was saying, you were still adamant that you wanted to look in Deersville.
Ngaphandle because of Buddha, what the way now, we can say yourself in Deersville.
Ngicela uphinde kancane.
Nakubeni uBhuta ke ichazile into yoba akanaya Deersville mntana kodwa kuwela ukuba usafuna niye Deersville.
Injalo my lord.
That's correct, my lord. That's reso yelapha.
Good. You're doing very well, Ms. Tenzi.
I'm trying to recall from the inspection in loco. If you would stand at their door, you basically look in the direction of your house.
Do you understand what the court is saying, Ms. Tenzi?
Yeah, come on then. The court says you can stand in my door.
If you would stand in the door of the house of Mr. Apollos and Ms. Smith, and you would look directly out of the door, one will look in the direction of your house. It's slightly to the left, but
Injalo my lord.
That's correct.
that's the house with a big gate. There's a big gate there now.
Ayincane igate yami kodwa inkulwanga ndakatsho.
My gate is not big, but not even small. Let us say, let's just go to close.
My lord, if I may assist the court, in the inspection in loco, if we were standing at Mr. and Mrs. Smith's home, at the front door, this Ms. Tenzi's house will be to the right. It was pointed out as such, not on the left, it was the right.
To the right.
Yes, my lord.
But it's not far.
Not far. It can be seen from. Let me ask the witness, my lord. Ms. Tenzi, if I'm standing at the door of Mr. and Mrs. Smith's house, and if I look to the right, I can clearly see your house. Isn't that correct?
Injalo my lord.
That's correct.
It was pointed out at the inspection,
Indeed, ma'am.
and we still awaiting the note where we will have the correct measurements in meters. That will be read into the record.
That is correct.
But I can recall exactly where it was, where people said, that's Namla's house. Namla's house, yeah.
Thank you, my lord.
Good, so you were on your side, they were on the other side of the fence, and you were now talking about whether you should go to Deersville or not. That's when I interrupted.
Uphinde ne?
Uthi ke ngethuba ke lithetha malunga ke wena mfana wasendlini yakho ngokwakho eyadini yakho kwama kuye Deersville.
Ewe ndiseyadini yami ophange emva endlini.
Yes, I was in my yard at the back of my house.
What happened next?
Siye sahamba saya eDeersville.
We left to Deersville, once to Deersville too.
Ibindim inguKelly, inguRayquen, inguKewange bengumntana kaKelly omncinci uRachel.
It was myself, Kelly, the two kids, the smaller one and Rayquen, and then my son Kewange.
Did you walk there, ma'am?
Now,
Injalo, my lord.
yes, my lord. Once I saw to the food, the saw myself together, Kelly, two colors, I also adopted me, and Messiah.
Proceed. What happened?
Siye sahamba ke sawufike kule ndlu athi kwamalume wakhe ne. Then
my lord and reached the house which was the uncle's. Ons is toe weg deur dan by deze bereik wat op die ons in was.
ndiye ndama ngaphandle wahamba wongena ngaphakathi yena.
I stood outside, then she went inside. Ek het buite bly staan, sy is toe binne in.
Baye bathetha ke bathetha iAfrikaans but I can't understand what bathini na.
Hulle het toe gepraat in Afrikaans, maar ek kon nie eintlik wat hulle gesê het. They spoke by Afrikaans, but I couldn't make out what they were saying.
Sithe kasisendleleni kasibuyayo
On our way back, op pad terug,
ndafowunelwa
I received a call, ek het toe opgevang.
bendifowunelwa nguYonelisa
Yonelisa, we're calling you. Yonelisa, into hospital.
ebebuza uba ndiphi na ngoba umntana wam omdala uphaa kuye ndihambe nesikhiya.
Sy het gevra waar ek was, want ek is weg in die stede, ek kan make Afrikaans op soek na my. Then she wanted to know where I was, because my eldest child was looking for me, I left the key.
Then ndiye ndamxelela into yoba sikhangela uJoshlin wathi ke nakeze sidlule phaa kuye noKelly. So
Then I said to her, we are looking for Joshlin, and then the answer was that on your way back, you must come past my house, you and Kelly. I said before I was to talk to Joshlin, so I said for me, open I'm beginning to be amazed.
ndiye ndathi kuKelly ke ngoku makahambe uJoshlin phaa endlini uba kakabuyi na.
I then said to Kelly, go to your house and see Evan Joshlin return here. Except for Kelly, anyway, he's going to sit down for Joshlin, nog niet terug was.
Uye wayomjonga ke endlini wafumanisa uba akekho wabuya
Then she went to the house and she realized that she was not at home. And put to it the same way he was.
wabuya uzondixelela into yoba akekho akakabuyi.
Then she came to me and told me that she's not back yet. Sy kom terug na my toe en sê she's nog nie terug.
Siye saya ke endlini kaYonelisa ke. Then sahamba sayokhangela.
Then we went to Yonelisa's house. My lord, Yonelisa would be Y-O-N-E-L-I-S-A, Yonelisa.
Siye sahamba sihambe sibuzisa siye sithe kasesitratweni saseZola sadibana nomntana okule age efana elingana nekaKhewange which is umntanam.
We walked around, asking questions around the area. When we reached the street, the name of Zola, then we came up with a child with the same age as my son, Kewange. Wanted to walk from the part Zola, to those who are curtain with Excel, the other than us, Kewange.
Siye sabuza lo mntana bakangambona uJoshlin wathi lo mntana bembonile hamba nabantwana abamakhwema.
Then we asked her, I went to see Joshlin. Then the child said, I saw Joshlin with boys, together with some boys. And then I had to go to Facebook, say, why you Joshlin to see that? I say, I was sick, maar met anasiërs.
Then ndathi ke mna bembona phi wandixelela ndathi ke makasiyazi loo ndlu mahambe uyosikhombisa yona.
Ons praat van weet nie waar dit is. Hy kon sê maar ek het toe gevra of ons na ek weet waar dit was. Then we asked him as to where they went, what where it was, he said yes, I can go show you it was.
Siye sahamba ke saya kule ndlu istrato sakhona iPeter Mukhaba Street.
Then we left to the street. The name of the street is Peter Mukaba Street. Ons is toe weg na die straat se naam se Peter Mukaba is.
Uye uKelly wangena ngaphakathi thina sama ngaphandle estratweni.
Kelly is to run, waar ons beter in de pak staan. Kelly went inside, we stood outside.
Then uKelly uthe ekungeneni kwakhe phaya uthathe ithuba elide elingange 20 minutes.
When they went inside, she took a long time, a period for about 20 minutes. To say,
So ndamkhwaza ke mna ke kuba ndandicingela uba kuzomka umbane ngo-10 ndamkhwaza weza.
I called out a name because I was now concerned that the electricity may go off, will go. A tenant home, I get to work as clear, but it was the comrade electricity, so your council was on the TV.
So weza uKelly ndabuza uba ebehlele ntoni phaya.
Then she came and I wanted to know from you, why you staying in the, why you stay remaining there in the house? Said you can't get a car from me so long as what the next.
Uye wathi betshasa ifoni ndathi ke maka ungabhizi utshasa ifoni kodwa uyabona uba sikhala umntana.
She said I was charging my phone. Mine was to way, how can you be concerned about charging my phone, your phone while you're for the child? So it said to me, she was listening from my phone there live. And tried to call the phone, suddenly on the phone, but of super
Ndambuza ke uKelly uba kuthiwani napha kulana wathi ke na ke kuthiwa umntana khangaboni.
I asked us what did the people say at the house? Then she said they say they haven't seen the child. And from Faran, what said the Mensa is, he said to Mensa said that the little people to sing it.
Ndiye ndathi ke mna ke nawudathi singamfumenanga umntana masifone amapolisa.
Then I suggested that even though we haven't found the child, we need to call the police. And said to Faran, I'm just going to sort of front that with the police staff.
Siye sawafona ngamapolisa ke afike kwistrato sikuso ePeter Mukaba Street.
We called the police and the police arrived at us in the street we were in Peter Mukaba Street. Ons stap die polisie hulle het ons in die straat waar ons was, Peter Mukaba Street.
Afikile ke amapolisa ke. Sabe sibazi bachazela ngento ka Joshlin.
The police arrived, then they explained to them the issue about Joshlin. Police opened up and they didn't know the Joshlin.
Baye babuza kuba bebuza imibuzo apha kuKelly. Baqale bathi masibabonise ipicture yalomntana. Bakhona abantwana babonile pha eprimary Deersville. Mhlambi kusengoba nguJoshlin.
Then they wanted to a picture of Joshlin because they say they saw children at primary school Deersville. It is probable that amongst those children Deersville can be Joshlin could be amongst them. I left for a photo from Joshlin, but at the same time I was at the Deersville premiere.
uKelly wababonisa ke picture ufumanise into yoba ngoJoshlin lapha.
Kelly raised for a photo. I left that also from that Kelly showed them a photo that it appeared that amongst the children she wasn't amongst them.
Babuza imibuzo kuKelly into yoba umntana ebelesikolweni nangolo asuku belahleka ngalo.
Then they wanted to know from Kelly, did the child attend school on the day that she got lost? And the problem of our applicants, school based on what the documents was missing.
Impendulo kaKelly uye wathi hayi.
The answer was no. The answer was obviously no.
Wabuza uba ebehleli nabani ngela xesha ebengekho yena uKelly uthe usemsebenzini. Wabuza uba ebeshiyeke nabani ngela xesha.
The next question was that when she said she was at work, was that with whom did she remain behind? Before the first question is, answer since they said, was it about the hair, when we saw the days play after the day.
Wathi ebeshiyeke nobhuda.
Then she said she stayed with Buddha. She said she was with Buddha.
Then ndathi ke ngokuKelly kuba umbane umka ngo-10 ndathi abantwana amathi ke bazolala phaa endlini so maqhubeleke bekhangela ndahamba nabo kungabantwana ndaya endlini.
Then since lockdown,
Load shedding.
load shedding was going to start at 10 o'clock, my lord, I became a little bit agitated. I took the children with me to my house. I was given my house to check out the Kenyan children. And then I said to her, they can carry on with the search. Now that I could see that the bureaucrats of the Khan, I need to be colors met me, now I used to carry colors, after the base of and a practical killing for the Khan like this to
So siyasa ulala ke ngoku wemka ubana ngo10 ndamfo.
Then we went to sleep, then electricity was gone at 10 o'clock.
Ndamfowunela uKelly kuba ndifuna uqonda uba kumaxa kuphi ukhangela ngoJoslin. So zanga yaringa ifoni sayiphendula.
Then I called Kelly to find out from her as to how far have you gone with the search.
Is this now still?
Without the person answering.
Is this now still the same evening?
Was that the same evening, ma'am?
Injalo, my lord.
That's correct, my lord. It started to for Joshlin, ek het van die verder met die soektocht, maar die voor dit aangehou lei, sê ek dig antwoord.
Mr. Blouse, Kelly.
Kelly.
What happened the next morning?
Uzile uKelly endlini.
Kelly came to my house, my lord.
Wazothi umntana akakafumaneki.
Then she came and tell us the child has not been found yet. So he gone to the phone na my history, and she said he can was not found.
What time was that? In the morning.
Around past 7.
Witnesses, around 7. They had so soon at 7.
So uzile wathi ke nomntana akakafumaneki ndabe sesithi ke malungiselwe emsebenzini makathathe abantwana.
She came and said, "We haven't found a child yet," and I said, "You must take your children because I'm a parent to go to work." So he said, "You depend on the funding." And for me, I understand the was
And when you refer to children, you're talking about Requin and Raquel.
Yes, my lord.
That's correct, my lord. Because Requin and Raquel are the fundamental.
After this day, ma'am, did you participate in any searches for Joshlin?
Khange nibe nalo ngoba oko bendimane ndiphangela oko.
I did not partake in any search because I was at work all the time. And only the young and the soup talk for Joshlin when I was working with him.
So, on the evening of the 19th of February 2024, you were with Ms. Smith from, say, after 5 when you arrived home, right up until 10 p.m. when there was load shedding. Is that correct?
Injalo, my lord.
That's correct, my lord. He was unmet for Smith geweest die Namla van in vanaf na 5 uur met die geldkrag gesê ja.
Now, I'm just going to go a little bit back and ask you a few questions about what you've just told us, okay? Firstly, when Ms. Smith made the report to the police, did she inform them the reason for which Joshlin did not go to school?
Anisakhumbula.
I don't remember, my lord. We take it to Ms. Smith so order the police. It's a gesê wat er hier veroorsaak dat ons in school gaan, die geteste se kan nie meer onthou.
problem. When she made the report to you, can you tell the court exactly what she said to you? That is about Joshlin not being at home or Joshlin missing.
Can you repeat that again?
No problem. Remember, you told us you came home after 5 and Ms. Smith approached you and said she was looking for Joshlin. What exactly did she tell you regarding how she had come to start looking for Joshlin? What was the problem?
Ngoku ndisuka emsebenzini weza kum ukhili ne.
On our way from work, Kelly came to me.
Ndamlinda wabuza uba khange ndimbone na uJoshlin ngoku ndisuka emsebenzini.
Then she wanted to know from me, didn't you see Joshlin on the way from work? So if I could wait, I think Joshlin was seen apart from there.
Kulapho ndilathi hayi khona.
That's when I said, no, let us do it for us and here.
Did she at any point say to you what the reason was why Joshlin was at home that day?
Zangandichazele manje.
She didn't give me a reason as to why Joshlin was at home.
And I see you have recalled quite a few streets that you visited that particular night. When you went to the uncle's house in Diasville, do you remember or do you know what street that was that you went to?
My lord.
I don't remember the name anymore. It can be here now and play starts now and just over.
Now, can you please describe to the court what was Miss Smith like on that day? How was she acting? What did you observe about her?
In other way, when I was speaking, I said, why don't you go
Ngela xesha siya eDiasville wayekhala.
On our way to Diasville was crying. Opata Diasville says,
Kodwa ngosesesibuyile ke ngosipha Peter Mukhaba Street engasakhali.
but on the way back at Peter Mukhaba Street, she was crying. And Peter Mukhaba Street,
For how long have you been living near Mr. and Mrs. Smith?
Mr. Smith, Mrs. Smith, Mr. Police.
That's Buta and Kay.
Ayilo xesha lide, my lord.
It's not a long time now. I still have to
In the time that you lived there, did you have any altercation or bad words with them?
My lord.
No, my lord.
Isn't it further correct that your son Kewange used to be sent to a Kelly, that's Miss Smith, to learn Afrikaans?
Injalo, my lord.
That's correct.
You describe your relationship with them as friendly?
Asikho close but besingaxabani.
We are not close, my lord, but we never had any bad towards each other. One was baby, was until I was at the way to test the water and then I understood.
My lord, if the court will please bear with me. Thank you, my lord. I have nothing further for the witness.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Certainly. Maybe, Mr. Sivnarayan, if you also want to take an instruction now, make use of the opportunity. Nothing was said about accused number 2, so I'm not going to ask Ms. Mkabai.
Thank you, my lord.
Is your next witness local?
Witness is here, my lord.
The witness here. Because I anticipate that cross-examination won't be long.
Thank you, my lord. That's all.
Yes, Mr. Adams, any questions?
My lord, yes. You have a few questions.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Mr. Tenzi, I just want to ask you a few questions. So what concerns me is, and I want to ask you, how sure are you of your times on that evening of 19 February 2024?
Uqiniseke kangakanani amaxesha wakho ala mini 19 kaFebruary 2024?
Ngicela uphindele.
Can you repeat that again?
I want to make sure, I want to ask you questions to make sure about the times that you are giving evidence about on that evening on 19th February, the times that you have mentioned in your evidence.
So kuza ke kuzoba namaxesha okuchazile ngexesha lomsebenzi.
No, the question was, how sure is the witness about the times that she had given?
I'm going to ask you questions.
Now let the witness answer, Mr. Adams. You've asked the question about
Dan phethe ifoni.
I had my phone. I had my phone in my hand.
Yes, thank you.
That you were working in ShopRite, correct?
When I was in the seven at ShopRite,
Yes, my lord.
it's correct, my lord. The ShopRite.
And at what time did your shift end?
Immediately shift at
5 o'clock.
5 o'clock, my lord. 20 minutes on the stop.
Now, when your shift ends, when it's 5 o'clock, do you have to go and change? Do you have to go cash up anywhere? What was your position? Checker, did you do your cashier or your merchandiser? Beg your pardon.
She didn't work at Checkers.
I'm sorry, I mean ShopRite, sorry, I mean ShopRite, not Checkers, yeah, sorry.
Ngelixa ke usiphume emsebenzini ufuna nje usiphenda emsebenzini umuntu ofuneka uyotshintsha impahla okanye ufuneka ukwenza i-catch up bomhlanga cashier phaya okanye umsebenzi kaShopRite.
Ngiqonda bona e-taxi rank.
No, my lord, I go straight to the taxi rank. Near the taxi rank.
Okay, so you finished work that evening at 5 o'clock and you walked to the taxi rank and took a taxi to go home, I assume.
Yes, my lord.
Correct, my lord.
Now, can you remember, can you tell this court, and say if you can't, what time did you actually get home?
Andiqinisekanga ubana afika bani endlini but ndifike past 5.
I'm not definitely sure what time I arrived past 5 to say. And as we see, but so now 5. After fire, my Lord, oh my Lord, I don't reach the house yet. Because now they feel about they are there, the nothing is praying.
Now, in your evidence, you also said that you were speaking to Kelly over your fence, over the fence. I assume you were already at your house and you were speaking to Kelly over the fence, correct?
Ke-
There were two occasions when this witness engaged with his complete please now that the question specified which portal was talking about.
Oh, my Lord, I didn't hear what this prosecutor said now. Please, can I specify which?
I'm going to allow the question, but when she said she was on the inside of the fence, was not at that stage when she got home. It wasn't the first encounter. I'm looking at the evidence. As she was still approaching her house, then she went home and she cooked dinner.
Yes, indeed.
And only thereafter was this fence. Then it was the park. Then it was the fence.
I'm referring to that incident where she gave evidence about.
So that was much later.
That was much later. I'm referring to that incident.
It was later.
Yeah. Yes, it was later, as I assume.
So what's the point?
I'm getting to the point.
No, because the way you phrased the question, you said you were inside your yard and they were outside and the fence. So you haven't reached home yet. That was the suggestion. And that's clearly wrong.
I'm trying to establish and remind her the way I understood her evidence is that she was talking to Kelly, and in her evidence she says also Buddha said something.
No, that is so. But Mr. Hans, unless you... If you want to jump to the middle of the evidence, then you must say, I'm going straight there. You ask her about the time she left work, get in the taxi, go home, on your way to home, and then you jump to the fence, and then you suggest that the witness had not yet reached home. She wasn't home yet.
I will take the evidence step by step, my Lord.
So at the time that this question, where your client first featured, was there. But then it was already the dinner that happened. The kids had already gone to the park. And they'd come back. And it was then that she said, let's go to Diasville.
That's correct, I understand that. Can I take it from there?
Yeah.
Thank you, madam.
So that's after dinner was cooked and everything.
Yeah, I apologize, I just jumped all that. So just to make clear you understand now, Ms. Tinsey, I'm jumping with your evidence to after you had cooked dinner. You said you started to cook dinner. You remember that? And then there were some people. You said it's your son, and it was Kelly, and went to the park to look at if Joshlin was at the park. Is that right?
Ujian sebagai nyawa kehidupan pagi, Ujian sebagai Joshlin nyawa memakai kesempatan untuk
Injalo, my lord.
That's right.
Now, can you tell this court when they came back from the park, they went to look and they came back and your evidence is that, that Joshlin wasn't at the park. Can you recall or tell the court what time that was?
Answer.
I don't recall what happened. He said to get and conduct a big party, to interrupt here, not so to the last, they said that here about.
Was it after dark?
We said to hide
My lord.
it was not done. It was not really on. It was not dark yet.
But it becomes dark, after 7, 8 o'clock in that. I beg your pardon, my lord. It comes dark, probably 8 o'clock that night.
Injalo, my lord.
That's why
So could So would it be fair to say that that time was around about 6, after 6?
Singatsho njalo, my lord.
You may say so. It's kind of so said, but say that it was 6, now 6.
Then after they came back from the park, your son, Kelly, did Kelly call you from her house?
Ndiye ndawekho babuyile ngoku lapho ndindabuza khona.
I realized that they are dead now, that's why I went to ask. Taken to the second church, who can try the grave.
So you realized they're back. Did your son come back to your house?
Andisakhumbuli, my lord.
I don't recall whether they can come to my house. The country never listened to the first place on the part of the
But you say you saw that Kelly and them who went to the park were back at their house. You saw that?
Ndabeva betheni bababuyile ebhakini lapho nendaphuma khona boza ke ngoba bamfumene nami.
I hear them talking outside the road. That's when I came out and inspired from them they found me. Hey. And the topic from
Now, when you say hello, who are you referring to?
uKelly umntanami uJuzuke wange noRikwena.
Kelly, my child, the one and Rico. So Kelly is the one and Rico.
Now, my instructions are accused 1, Mr. Apollo says, you heard your evidence that you said when you told this court that you suggested to Kelly that they must go to Deersville.
Injalo, my lord.
Your evidence was that you heard my client, Mr. Apollos, say that she won't be there, or to the extent something that she won't be there, it's too far.
Injalo, my lord.
Now my instructions are that he wasn't there anymore.
Sorry. Ayizange ubuda eDSL.
I understand that, and he doesn't say he went with you. He's just saying that he did not speak to you or make a comment there saying that, because your evidence was that Buddha answered that Joshlin won't be there, talking about Deersville. He says he did not say anything, he wasn't there.
Ayikho njalo, my lord.
What is not correct?
Just take
Ngeli xesha.
just one moment. You've made a statement.
I made a statement.
The witness says it's not correct.
Okay,
So how can you ask the witness what is not correct? It's clearly an answer to your question.
thank you, Malone. So when you say it's not correct, you're saying my client, Mr. Apollos, is not correct when he says that he wasn't there and you didn't hear him say anything about going to Deersville, it's too far, Joshlin won't be there. Is that what you're saying is not correct?
Ayayinjalo.
Where he says he was not there, was not correct. I'm asking to say, this is correct.
You're giving evidence to the court now, and I tried to get you to recall the time, and you did say you finished 5 and you got to work at home just after 5. My client would say, and it sounds to me like you're saying from the time you got home, that all the discussions with Kelly and who else was there took place very soon after 5 o'clock. Is that correct?
Ungixele emveni ko-5, okay.
Okay. Now, I just want to tell you what my client says.
Just one moment. The question was that most of the discussions there took place shortly after 5. That's the question.
Ngexesha ndibuya emsebenzini lami.
Now let's try and clear up the confusion with times. You knocked off at 5 o'clock.
Injalo, my lord.
Then you had to go to the taxi rank.
Injalo, my lord.
How long does it take you from work to the taxi rank?
also come on what kind of things to understand if you what they can is more.
Andisakhumbuli, my lord.
I can't recall. I can't even go to cases of several cases.
Good. And how long does it take from the taxi rank to where you live?
Well, it takes me
Plus minus 12 minutes.
plus minus 12 minutes, plus minus less than 12 minutes.
So is it safe to say that you got home before 5:30?
You know,
Inshallah, my lord.
that's correct, my lord, as well. Saturdays also for access.
So that's when the first interaction with Miss Smith took place that night. Or afternoon.
Endlini, ewe njalo, my lord.
Then you went home and you cooked dinner.
Inshallah, my lord.
Yes, that's correct, that's correct.
Can you recall how long it took you to prepare dinner?
Andisakhumbuli, but zandigqibe kuba ndandisithi ngeqedi yazi.
I can't remember how long it take, but I did not finish preparing the food yet at that stage yet, because that's when I decided for us to go to Diasco. The career also allows us an agreement of the anti to control the radio and to stop, and the state to proceed that was what Diasco.
Yeah, because in between that time there was also the visit to the park.
By the different party. The day is party.
Inshallah, my lord.
That's correct.
So would it still have been before 6 o'clock or after 6 when this discussion about Diasville took place?
Ngatenzeke phaa ngabo-7.
At about 7. So basically,
I'm indebted, Your Lordship. Thank you, Ms. Lindsay. So the Deersville discussion took around about 7. You see, and that fits in with my instructions. Mr. Paulus Butta, accused 1. As I've already stated to you, says he didn't say anything there when you suggested going to Deersville. He said nothing. He had already left. He wasn't there anymore.
Ayonyani, my lord.
That is not true.
Yes.
I just want to establish something else, and this is my last question to you. If I understood your evidence correctly, the police was phoned, the police came and found, is it correct that the police found yourself and Kelly in the street?
Inshallah, my lord.
That's correct.
And that street, if I remember your evidence correctly, was Peter Mokaba Street.
Inshallah, my lord.
That's correct. Start police information and case over and start so it can start.
I have no more questions.
Thank you, Ms. Mkabai. Any questions?
Thank you, my lord. I have no questions.
Thank you. Mr. Sivnaran, any questions?
Thank you, my lord. I have no questions for the witness.
Any re-examination? Thank you. Ms. Timsey, thank you. You may be excused. Who is your next witness? Number? What aspect of the case will this witness testify about? If there's no application, then we'll proceed as normal. Unless I have a specific application for a specific witness. Otherwise, yes, thank you. May I swear in the witness? Where's Joshlin? Ma'am, may I have your full names, please?
Natasha Ellis, my lord.
Number 52 for the spelling. Het die enige beswaar teen die aflê van die eed? Any objection in taking the oath?
No objection, my lord.
You will then swear the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So say, so help me God. Thank you. Thank you. May I have a seat? You. Thank you. May I have a seat? Make yourself comfortable.
As it is.
Try and get the evidence in chief on record.
My lord, sorry, I didn't hear that.
Let's try and get the evidence in chief on record, so that if council needs to take instructions, they can do that over the lunch break, so that we don't waste unnecessary time.
As it pleases the court. Ms. Andrews, is it the first time that you are testifying in a court?
Is it for the eerste that you in hof getuig?
Ja.
That's correct, my lord.
I take it that there's a bit of nerves and anxiety as well.
Ek kan verstaan dat jy nervous or you say yes, that's correct, my lord.
All we're going to ask is that you listen very carefully to the questions. Answer only when you understand what is being asked. I want you to take deep breaths, relax. We're not going to rush you. So, I'm going to ask you to tell the Honorable Court, how do you know Joshlin Smith?
Ek gaan vir u vra, hoe bekend is u met Joshlin Smith?
Ek ken vir Joshlin van haar ma het vir haar by my kom los.
I know Joshlin because my mother came to live here with me.
Ja, ek het haar baie keer uitgehelp met Joshlin.
I, a few times, assisted her with Joshlin.
When you say her mother would leave her with you, how old was Joshlin at that time?
As ik zei haar maat voor elke keer dat ze vrouw met Joshlin zou tekenen, hoe oud zou Joshlin op een staat en wees was?
Dit is van baba af.
From baby.
Just one moment, Ms. Harris. I think the witness is a bit far from the microphone.
Thank you, my lord. I have.
If we can just try and assist there. Because I cannot hear the Afrikaans that the evidence is given in, and I'm sure people at the back want to hear. Je moet maar probeer so bietjie harder praat asseblief.
Try to speak a bit louder, but we say it's fine.
Thank you, my lord. Ma'am, you were saying that you know Joshlin from the time she was a baby. Is that correct?
Je hebt gezegd hier met Joshlin leren kennen vanaf haar adres. That's correct, my lord.
How did you come to know Miss Smith, Kelly Smith?
Hoe het gekom dat u voor Kelly Smith zo gekend?
Ons ouers het bediening en so hulle mekaar se huise gekom en so het ons mekaar leer ken.
Our parents were in the same employment, so that made us now to come together and know each other's residence.
Where did you reside?
Waar was u woonachtig?
In Deesville.
In Deesville, my lord.
Sorry, my lord, there's a correction to the interpretation.
The didn't, my lord, church calling. Church calling, my lord. Our parents were going to the same church. That's how we know each other's residence. Apologies.
Is that correct, ma'am?
As het recht zo?
Ja, dat is correct.
correct.
Ja, dat is recht.
Ja, yes, my lord.
Miss Andrews, you're free to correct anything if it's incorrect, okay?
As iets moontlik wat gekend moet gehouden wordt, moet je kan het recht maken. Zijn?
Is dat recht zo?
Yes, that's correct, my lord.
Very well. Now you say that's how you knew her. How many years was this?
Je zei dat gekend gedurende die tijd toen je over zodat was.
How many years ago was this?
Hoeveel jaar geleden was dat geweest?
Dat was al meer dan 20 jaar.
It's more than 20 years, my lord.
And I understand you had a surgery at a certain point where Miss Smith was of assistance to you. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Of hier operatie ondergaan waar die was met veel gehouden.
Dat is recht zo.
That's correct, my lord.
Please tell us about that relationship. How did she work for you?
Kan u dan nog meer deel oor die verwantskap hoe het sy vir u gewerk?
Op daardie stadium met Kelly nog bij haar ma gebleven in die huis.
At this stage was a lady with her mother in the house.
En dit was nabij aan die huis waar ik gewoond heb.
It was close by to the house in which I was residing.
Toen ik de operatie gehad heb, heeft zij altijd voor mij komen uitjagen.
When I had the operation, she would now every time come and assist me.
How would she assist you?
Hoe sal sy vir u help?
Sy het in die huis kom help.
She would help in the house,
Sy het vir my kind gehelp.
assist my
Wat daai
child,
tyd, wat baie klein was daai tyd.
who was quite very small at that stage.
How would you describe your relationship with Mrs. Smith?
Hoe was die verwantskap met juffrou Smith?
Ons verwantskap was goed.
We had a good relationship, my lord.
And if I have it correctly, Joshlin was born in 2017, correct?
As ek moontlik reg is, Joshlin is gebore in 2017 is reg so.
Is dat recht zo?
That's correct, my lord.
Who is Joshlin's biological father?
Wie is Joshlin se biologiese pa?
Jos Emke. Jos Emke.
Josh Emke, my lord.
Did you know him?
Het u vir Josh Emke geken?
Ik heb hem ook gekend door Kelly, ja.
Yes, I also know we knew him through Kelly.
Did you ever visit where Mrs. Smith lived in Middelbos?
Het jy op 'n stadium al besoek afgelê waar jy vir Smith so gewoon het in Middelbos?
Dis reg.
That's correct.
How often would you visit?
Hoeveel sou jy reis besoek?
Nie baie kere nie.
Not a lot of times, my lord.
Now, I've also had to use some Afrikaans words, which you understand, it's foreign to me, but the word that was used to describe you is groot maak ma. Can you please describe what that means?
As ek woord gebruik in Afrikaans wat ek nie weet wat ek nie ken dat soos Anka sê, sy sê jy word beskryf as 'n groot magma van Joshlin. Kan jy dit verduidelik wat daarmee behels?
Ja, dit is omdat ek het vir Kelly met Joshlin gehelp van geboorte af.
It's because I assisted Kelly with Joshlin from birth.
And when you say assisted, what do you mean by that? How did you assist?
As jy so sê, ek het gehelp vanaf geboorte, wat het daarmee, wat bedoel jy daarmee?
Dit is wanneer Kelly by mense gaan skoonmaak, het sy kind by my kom los.
When Kelly would go to clean up people's houses, she would bring the child and leave it with me.
Do you know where Miss Smith's other children would stay?
Weet jy waar die ander kinders van Juffrou Smith sou gebly het?
Toe Joshlin kleiner was, by net Joshlin by haar gebly, die ouer ene het by haar ma gebly in daai tyd.
When Joshlin was still small, only Joshlin was riding with her, and the elder one was staying with her mother.
Sy het nog net die jongste een gehad nie.
She hadn't had the youngest one as yet at that stage.
Are you referring to the older son?
Yes,
Maar ek kan praat van die oudste seun.
dis reg so.
That's correct, man.
And who did he live with? Just repeat that,
As
please.
in het weer around en weer gebly
Met Kelly's ma,
with Kelly's mother.
Now, apart from taking care of Joshlin when Kelly went to work, did Joshlin ever stay over with you?
Behalve dat Joshlin so by u agtergelaat was as Kelly gaan werk, het sy ooit by u oorgebly.
ja, dis reg.
That's correct, yes, my lord.
Can you describe how the intervals would be? For how long would she stay over?
Kan u verhoog sê vir hoe lank, hoeveel kere sou sy by u bly?
Sy sou, daar was met 'n sekere tydperkie.
There is a specific time period, my lord.
Sy sou soms kom as ons haar gaan haal,
She would come to us when we usually go and fetch her,
soms vir 'n naweek,
sometimes for a weekend,
soms tyd langer.
sometimes longer.
And in the year January, or let's start with December 2023 to January 2024, where did Joshlin stay?
Kom ons gaan nou na die jaargetal 2022, begin van die jaar 2023. Waar was Joshlin woonagtig?
I'm speaking specifically of the school holidays.
Ek praat spesifiek met die skool daar vakansie.
As ons by Desember 2023, Desember 2022.
It was December 2023, 2022, it's December 2023.
Sy het by my gebly in Desember vakansie.
She was residing with me in December 2022.
My lord,
Year 2022, and the next moment, a year 2023 in the same question.
I will clarify with the witness, my lord. My question was December 2023 to January 2024, the school holidays.
Die vraag was tussen December 2023 tot met die Januari jaar 2024 gedurende die skoolvakansie. Vanaf December 2023 tot en met Januari gedurende die skoolvakansie van 2024.
Sy het by my gebly.
She was staying with me, my lord.
In that time, did Kelly visit Joshlin at your place?
Denk toe sy by u nou van agter was gedurende die tyd en sê dat Kelly vir Joshlin besoek by u is?
Nee.
No.
Did you take Joshlin to see Kelly at her place?
So u vir Joshlin neem om vir Kelly te gaan sien by haar plek?
Gedurende die vakansietydperk nee,
During the school holidays, no, my lord.
maar wel voordat die skool sal aangaan sal ek haar terugneem.
But before the schools would proceed, I would take her back.
Do you,
before she disappeared.
So that was the last lang vakansie voordat sy toe weg is.
Dis reg.
That's correct, my lord.
Any other long school holidays that she stayed with you?
En enige ander vakansie, lang vakansie was sy wat sy by u so gebly het?
Ja, sy het ook by my gebly.
Yes, there is times that she stayed with me.
So let's go back to the June-July holiday of 2023 and then we work our way back. Take it away.
I'll take it from there, my lord. You've indicated already that there would be other long holidays that Joshlin would stay with you. Does that include the June-July vacation?
U het gesê, sekere vakansie, lang vakansie het sy by u kom bly. So dit nou tussen die Julie schoolvakansie is?
Dis korrek.
That's correct, my lord.
What about weekends on a normal school week?
Wat van 'n naweke op 'n normale skooldag in 'n week?
Sy het soos ek voorheen gesê het, soms het sy gekom en soms nie.
She would sometimes come, sometimes not.
And how would the arrangements be made for when Joshlin was to come over to you?
Wat sou die manier wees hoe sou Joshlin na u toe gekom het? Wat sou julle besluit hoe sou Joshlin so gekom het?
Haar ma het haar gebring
The mother would bring him
of ek het haar gaan haal.
or I would confess him.
And when you earlier testified that it went back to 2022, is that how far the holidays went, when Joshlin would come stay with you over long vacations?
As u nou sê, dit is 'n lang vakansie, gaan ons na die jaar 2022. Dit is 'n lang vakansies.
Nee, want toe het sy nog nie skool gegaan.
No, my lord, because at that time she hadn't started schooling yet.
Very well. And in that time, when she wasn't at school, where would she stay?
Op daardie stadium as sy nie by die skool is nie, waar sou sy woonagtig wees?
Kan u gou weer vra?
Can you repeat that again?
In the year 2022, before Joshlin could go to school, where would she stay?
In die jaar in 2020 voordat Joshlin so skool begin, waar sou sy gebly het?
Gedeeltelik by my, gedeeltelik by haar ma.
Partly with her mother, partly with me.
Is there anywhere else that you know of where Joshlin would stay the way she does with you?
As hy enige ander plek waar Joshlin sou woonagtig wees, soos sy by u so gewoon het?
Nee.
No.
Is it correct, ma'am, that at some point you were in the process or intended to adopt Joshlin?
As dit reg so dat besluit was op 'n stadium om Joshlin te adopt.
Dis reg so.
Dis reg so, my lord. That's right, my lord.
What happened to that process?
Wat het gebeur met hierdie proses?
Ons kon nie voortgaan want haar ouers wou nie instem.
We could not proceed because the parents would not allow it. They wouldn't agree.
Ja.
I jumped the gun with regard to process. Can you explain what steps were taken by yourself to adopt Joshlin?
Dan u nou eens in die eie woorde sê wat as stappe so geneem was om vir Joshlin toe as die eie te wil oorneem.
Regarding social services, sorry,
In
ma'am.
verband met die social services.
Ek en haar ma het al na die maatskaplike werker toe gegaan.
Myself and a mother went to the social worker.
Kelly's mother,
I'll
whose
clarify
mother?
with the witness, my lord. Who are you referring to, ma'am?
As he says, ek en haar ma na die verwysing na Joshlin of na Kelly or na Kelly sa ma.
Joshlin se ma.
Joshlin's mother.
It's Kelly.
Kelly.
Very well. So you and Kelly, where did you go?
Ian Kelly waar is hulle toe?
Na die maatskaplike werker in Saldanha.
To the social worker in Saldanha.
What happened there?
Wat het toe gebeur?
Ons kon nie voortgaan met enige papierwerke nie, want haar ouers wou nie instem nie, dis Jos en Kelly.
We could not proceed with this application of the documents because parents would not give us go ahead with Josh and Kelly.
When was this?
Wanneer was dit gewees?
Joshlin was nog 'n baba.
Joshua was still a baby.
Ja, ek sal sê in 2018.
I would say in 2018.
As ek korrek is, ja.
If I'm correct.
I didn't hear the answer because
2018, if I'm correct.
can Mr. Blau, can you just wait for the witness to finish before you start the translation? Otherwise, I can't make out what's being said.
Correct, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Hiraman, I'm still not clear as to who we're talking about here.
My lord, I didn't hear that.
I'm still not clear who are we talking about. They went to see the social worker. She went with Kelly. Now Kelly is a parent. But then the evidence is we could not proceed as the parents would not agree. Now who are we talking about here?
I will clarify that with the witness, my lord. Ma'am, can you explain to the Honorable Court, what do you mean when you say the parents didn't agree? Because you said to us that you went with Kelly and then the process didn't go through because the parents didn't agree. Please explain that to the court.
He had gesê, he and Joshlin, Kelly is going to the social worker toe. Aangekom daar by social worker, maar hy kon nie voortgaan met die papierwerk want die ouers het hy toegestem. Kan jy verduidelik die ouers?
Ek het eers met Kelly en Jos gepraat.
I first spoke to Kelly and Josh.
En hulle wou nie instem.
They didn't agree.
Maar Kelly het wel saam met my gegaan na die
But
maatskaplike
Kelly went
werker.
to with me.
En ons het daaroor gepraat en dit was nog steeds nee.
We spoke about it, but the answer was still no.
So eventually both parties, both parents, Josh and Kelly, refused.
Ja.
Beide partye toe geweier. Yes.
My lord, perhaps this would be a convenient time to stop.
People,
45 minutes for lunch. Will that
No,
be
no
sufficient?
objection. No objection, my lord.
Sinkapai. So I'm going to take the adjournment till 1:45. So it's only a 45-minute break. Then we will resume. Thank you. Court adjourned.
I know.
difference geweest daarin,
There was a difference within,
want Kelly se omstandighede was nie so goed nie.
can you hear out?
Kelly se omstandighede was nie so goed nie.
The situation at Kelly's was not that good.
Ja, dis hoe ek sê my rede. En met my was dit mos nou ons is ons nie bekleerige mense nie, dis 'n rustige kalme area.
We are not in an area where there's quite a fighting, it's quite a calm area.
And your home itself, as
And
far
the-
as the care for Joshlin goes?
En die woning itself in verband om te sien na Joshlin.
Kan jy weer sê?
The whatever was provided at your home versus what was provided for Joshlin at her mum's place. Can you tell us what the differences were?
Kan ieder nie verskil tussen wat is of wat Joshlin kan ons in die eie is, en persoonlik met wat Joshlin se afhanklik van voorsienbaar is.
Ons kan vir haar beter voorsien het as wat haar ma sou kon.
We could have provided for better than a mother food.
In what way?
En wat er opsig
In veiligheid,
in safety,
Why do you say that?
kom sê dit,
dat Kelly en Jos ons baie beklei het.
because actually Kelly and Josh used to fight a lot.
Anything else?
Nog iets anders?
Geldelike omstandighede was daar ook. Finansiëel.
And financial issues was also part of it.
You've told us prior to the lunch adjournment that Joshlin would stay over with you over holidays and weekends from time to time. Was there any other reason when Joshlin would be brought under your care?
Hy het gesê vir ons stond opgebreek het vir die etens pauze. Het hy gesê, so nou en dan naweke, en gedurende die lang vakanties, schoolvakanties. Is daar enige ander rede wat Joshlin onder die so geplaas word, gebring word?
By social services.
Van die maatskaplike werk.
Ja, dis reg. Sy die maatskaplike werker sou die kind saam met Kelly gebring het na my toe.
The social worker was going to bring the child with Kelly to me.
Wanneer Jos en Kelly beklei het. Wanneer Jos en Kelly beklei het.
When Josh and Kelly were fighting.
Was there ever a time when Kelly went into rehab?
Was er enige tyd waar Kelly toe tot met die rehab gegaan het?
Ja, sê.
Yes, she did.
And where was Joshlin then?
Waar was Joshlin dan?
Sy by die maatskaplike werkers het daar ook by my gelos. Wat bly.
She left with the social services.
No, but the witness says that the child was brought to her by social services.
So the child was social services.
Is that correct, ma'am?
Ja. Ja.
Yes.
How often was that, or how many times was that?
Hoeveel keer sou dit nog gebeur?
Dit is omtrent, ek sal sê dit was omtrent 3 keer deur die maatskaplike werker as hulle beklei het.
It would be 3 chances I can say, my Lord, whenever they would have a fight.
En die een keer wat sy reep toe gegaan het, wat Joshlin na baba was, wat hulle die kind by my kom los.
And the one time when she went for rehab, Joshlin was still a baby, then they brought the child to me.
How long did Joshlin stay with you then,
For hoe lang het Joshlin toe by die gebly?
when she went to rehab?
Toe sy nog na rehab gaan.
Sy het in die begin aan en afgekom,
In the beginning she would come now and then.
want voor die reep was sy eers by die huis vir women and children abuse.
Before that she was at the institution for women and children abuse, as witness says, my Lord.
And in that time, did Joshlin stay with you?
Gedurende die tyd het Joshlin toe met u gebly.
Aan en af van sy mag by Kelly gebly het in die tyd by die women and children abuse center.
Now and then, my Lord, because at that stage she was eligible to stay with Kelly at this institution.
En direk daarna sy reep toe en toe die kind by my gebly.
Direct after that she went into rehab, and then the child was brought to me.
What was the reason for her going to rehab?
Wat het toe veroorsaak, wat was de reden waarom ze moest gaan voor hulp beheer?
Hulle het al gesê dat die drug abuse of druggebruik van haar druggebruik.
It was the using of drugs by her.
Was there ever an occasion when you reprimanded Kelly for Joslin's appearance?
Het die al bestadium voor Kelly ingesê in verband met Joshlin's voorkoms?
Nee, weer vra.
Can you repeat that again?
Was there ever a time when Joshlin was brought to you that you noticed from her appearance what she looked like and you reprimanded Kelly? Is that
Was
correct?
daar al bestadium waar Joshlin, wat Kelly bij Joshlin toe gebring het, as u van Joshlin se voor kyk, doet u bij Joshlin of Kelly daarvan nog gesê?
Ja, dat is correct.
Yes, that's correct.
Why?
Hoekom?
What did you notice about Joshlin?
Wat het u bij Joshlin van sien? Wat het u notice gevat aan Joshlin?
Die kere was meer, of die kere was, sy was miskien nou nie altyd ordentlik aangetrek of haar hare was sy gekam nie. Dit was die uiterlike meer.
The issue was that sometimes wouldn't be properly dressed and the hair wouldn't be in a good condition.
And how did that compare to when Joshlin was in your care?
What was the skill that to say that I was and they say and Jesus offers?
En by my was sy so altyd skoon.
With me she was always clean,
En haar hare was gekam.
the hair would be combed.
Please tell the Honorable Court about the circumstances surrounding a policy that you wanted to include Joshlin as the beneficiary of.
Kan u dan vir hom inlig in front of the police wat u so wil gevat het dat Joshlin die
Beneficiary.
beneficiary sou wees?
Ons wou op ons polis gesit het.
Wat het u put here on our policy?
Dis wat dit was van ons dag.
It is with
The burial society.
Funeral cover.
funeral cover.
Omdat sy was baie aan en af by ons.
Because she was most of the time on and off with
En
us.
gereeld met ons iewers gegaan.
She would mostly go with us somewhere.
What became of that?
Wat het van dit gebeur?
Ek en Kelly het maatskaplike werkers toe gegaan
Me and Kelly went to the social workers
om te gaan vra.
to go and ask.
Hulle het gesê hulle doen dit nie meer by hulle kantore nie.
Then they said that this we don't do anymore at our offices.
En hulle doen dit nou net in Vredenburg by die
En-
hof. By die hof in Vredenburg.
And then they said this would only be done at Vredenburg at the court.
Did you follow up or follow through with that?
Het u te voortgegaan met hierdie aansoek?
Nee,
No.
What was the reason?
Wat was de reden?
Kelly het nie gekom dat ons kon gaan nie.
Kelly didn't come for us to go there.
Is it correct, ma'am, that Joshlin would accompany you and your family on holidays?
As het recht so dat Joshlin met die familie na vakantie plekken zou gaan?
Is dat reg?
Is recht, that's correct, my lord?
Is it further correct that you would provide the basic necessities like clothing, toiletries, toothbrushes, etc. for Joshlin?
U sal voorsien vir toerusting soos tandeborstel, klere
Is dat reg?
en goede mee skoontrol.
Is it also
That's
correct?
correct, my lord?
Is it also correct that one of the reasons why you wanted Joshlin to live with you was because you were worried about the child herself?
Is het recht dat een van de reden waarom u Joshlin wil hê dat sy by u moet kom woon is omdat u bekommerd was oor die kind self?
Is dat reg?
That's correct, my lord.
Now, on the 19th of February 2024 is where I'm going to take you to now. But can you please tell the Honourable Court, prior to the 19th of February, when was the last time you saw Joshlin?
Ons gaan na die 19 Februarie 2024 maar voor ons daarheen gaan. Wanneer was de laatste keer toe u vir Joshlin so gesien het?
Joshlin was, ons het haar huis toe gevat, 'n week voor die skole begin het.
We took Joshlin home a week before school started.
That was the last you saw
Was de
Joshlin.
laatste keer wat u vir Joshlin toe gesien het.
Dat Joshlin by ons was, ja, dis reg.
That was when she was with us, yes.
Now, tell us what happened on the 19th of February 2024.
Kan u dan vir ons sê wat so plaas op met dit 19 Februarie 2024?
Op daai dag, nie die dag, die aand.
That night, my lord,
Om 20:08
at about 8:20,
het Kelly by my huis kom roep.
Kelly came to my house, very sweet, and she called.
On what street is your home, ma'am?
En wat in straat is die huis geleë?
Arendstraat.
In Arendstraat Street, my lord.
Proceed.
You can call.
Sy en 'n African vrou was by mekaar
She was with an African lady
en nog 2 kinders.
and 2 kids as well.
En hulle het vir my kom vra of Joshlin by my is.
They came to me to inquire if Joshlin was with me.
En ek het vir hulle gesê,
And I said to them,
nee, Joshlin is nie hier.
Joshlin is not at my place.
How did Kelly appear to you? Can you describe what she looked like?
What Kelly maybe voor de kom kan nie beskryf hoe sy voorgekom het.
Kelly was nog baie, hoe kan ek nou sê, ek sal nie sê sy was kalm nie,
I wouldn't say she was calm.
maar ek sal ook nie sê sy was anxious nie.
I wouldn't also say she was anxious, as witness said, my lord.
She asked you if Joshlin had come there and you said no. What happened next?
Sy praat nie vir u op Joshlin daar gekom het en nie sê toe nee, wat gebeur daarna.
Hulle is toe weer daar weg om op ander plekke te gaan soek, soos sy gesê het.
They left to go and look for at other places, as she said, my lord.
Was this the first time that something like this had happened regarding Joshlin?
Was dit die eerste keer dat so iets so gebeur het met Joshlin?
So ver my kennis trek.
As far as my memory can, my knowledge is, my lord.
When was the next time you saw Kelly?
Wanneer was die volgende keer toe u Kelly sien?
Kelly weer die vroege oggendure van 20ste Februarie by my aangekom met
Kelly came back to me on early hours of the 20th of February.
Do you recall the time, ma'am?
Kan u onthou hoe dit tyd was?
Dit was voor 1
It was before 1.
om 'n foto te kom halen van Joshlin.
To come and fetch a photo of Joshlin.
So you had photographs of Joshlin.
So you photos van Joshlin?
Ja.
Yes.
Was there load shedding that evening?
Was daar beerkrag na hierde aan?
Die aand van die 19de was er load shedding.
On the night of the 19th there was load shedding.
Van 10 tot rondom 12 uur.
It's about from 10 and until about 12 o'clock.
The
Around 12 o'clock.
second time that you saw Kelly, this is now 1 a.m. in the morning. Did she come with civilians or the police?
Die volgende dag toe iemand was in zo'n beetje 4 uur, ochtenduren, het sy gekom met politie of
Civilians.
of met die gemeenschap,
Met die polisie.
with the police.
When I take it that you did give them a photograph of Joshlin, correct?
Moet ek aanvaar dat ek hulle 'n foto van Joshlin gegee?
Dis reg.
That's right, my lord.
What happened next?
Wat gebeur toe daarna?
Toe is hulle weer daar weg en ek het vir haar gesê, sy moet vir my kom sê of hulle die kind gekry het.
Then they left and I asked her she must come back and come and tell me if they found the child.
Did that happen?
Het dit toe gebeur?
Sy het toe nie teruggekom nie
She never came back.
en ek het vir haar weer die volgende oggend by die polisiestasie gekry.
Then I found her the next morning at the police station.
So So is it correct that would be later on in the day? That's of the 20th of February.
Dit sou later die dag van die 20ste Februarie wees.
How did it come about that you went to the police station?
Hoe dit toe gekom dat ek by die polisiestasie moes gaan het?
Ik heb mijn kind weggeneem school toe.
I was taking my child to school,
En ik heb voorbij de politiestatie gereden.
passing the police station driving.
Dat is wat Kelly uitkwam bij iemand anders voertuig
That's when Kelly was alighting from someone else's vehicle
om in te gaan bij de politiestatie.
to enter the police station.
En ik heb mijn kind afgeleid en teruggekomen.
I dropped my child off and I went back.
Dat is waar ik nog verder samen daar was bij de politiestatie.
That's when I was with the ongoing at the police station.
So you remained with her then?
Hier met dat gebleven aan de polisiestatie.
Dat is recht.
That's correct.
How would you describe her then?
Hoe kan u nou beter dan daar staan?
Kelly was baie hartseer bij de politiestatie.
She was very heartbroken at the police station, my lord.
Did she say anything to you about Joshlin missing?
Het sê enige iets aan u gesê wat in verband met dat Joshlin vermis was?
Sy bij de politiestasie
At the police station,
het sy nog net heeltyd gesê sy weet nie waar sy kind is, sy kry nie haar kind nie.
she said all the time, I don't know where my child is, I don't find my child.
Did you remain with her at the police station for the rest of the day?
As u gebly die hele dag by die polisiestasie?
Ons was nie heeldag by die politiestasie nie.
We were not at the police station the whole day.
Yes, what happened?
Wat het gebeur?
Die oggend toe ons plaas by die politiestasie, het sy toe daarvan af verder saam met my gery.
From the police station, she further drive with me.
Where did you go to?
Via a vehicle.
Ons is heel eers na my ma toe om haar te gaan inlig
Firstly, we went to my mother to go inform her.
en daarna weer Middelpost toe.
Then from there to Middelpost.
Was there ever a point when Kelly's attitude towards you changed?
Was daar enige punt waar Kelly's houding aan u verander het?
Nie die eerste dag nie.
Not at the first day,
Meer later sy soektog aangegaan het.
just later as this search was carrying on.
Can you describe to the court what happened?
Kan u aan jou verduidelik wat gebeur?
Sy het toe meer sy was meer kalmer as wat sy die eerste dag was of die Dinsdag die 20ste was. Toe was sy meer kalmer en daar is iets in haar wat ek gesoek het en sy vir my was sy moes vir my meer anxious gewees het om haar kind te soek.
She was more calmer than the Tuesday, my lord. There's something which I was expecting to get from her as a person. She was supposed to witness more anxious as a person was looking for a child.
That was the expectation of the witness.
That's what people back at.
Yes.
That was the expectation.
Did you yourself participate in the search for Joshlin?
Het u zelf deelgeneem aan die zoektocht van Joshlin?
Dis reg.
That's correct.
Please tell us when and how that was.
Kan u vir ons sê wanneer en hoe sou dit gebeur het?
Dit is van die Dinsdagoggend af wat ek vir Kelly ontmoet het by die polisiestasie.
It's from the morning of the Tuesday when I met Kelly at the police station.
Ons elke dag gaan soek saam met die res van die gemeenskap.
Every day I would be with the community and look.
Did Kelly or Buta join you in that search?
Het Kelly of Buta hier kom help in die soek toch?
Kelly het die Dinsdag,
Kelly did the Tuesday,
maar Buta was afwesig.
but Buta was not present.
Was that the only day you noted Kelly's presence in the search?
Was dit die eerste keer wat u toe notisie gevat het van Kelly se teenwoordigheid in die soektog?
Sover ek kan onthou.
Dis dit. This is as far as I can remember, man.
Want Kelly moet in die oggende waarmee sy saam met Kelly Zeegers by die polisiestasie moet gewees het.
Because every morning she was supposed to be at the police station.
You mentioned a name?
Hy het 'n naam genoem.
Kelly Zeegers.
Kelly
Zeegers.
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 Zeegers. Kelly Zeegers. She was supposed to be every morning at the police station with Kelly Zeegers.
Do you know accused number 2 in this matter, Stefano?
Ken u beskuldige nommer 2 in hierdie saak, Stefano?
That's right.
That's right.
How do you know him?
Hoe ken u vir hom?
Ons bly in een straat.
We stay in the same street.
Do you know a Lorencia Lombard?
Ken u 'n persoon met die naam van Lorencia Lombard?
Glad nie voorheen geken nie,
Not before, my lord.
net met Joshlin se verdwyning.
Just during the time of Joshlin getting missed or lost.
Did you ever visit Kelly in prison after her arrest?
Nadat Kelly toe gearresteer was, het hy op 'n stadium van kuier by die gevangenis?
Ja, dis hulle.
Yes, that's correct.
What was the reason for that?
Wat was die rede waarom hy na toe gaan het in die gevangenis?
Omdat ek wil gaan hoor het of daar antwoorde uitkom sy enige inligting het.
Just to go and find out from her if there's any thing that she might have heard, is there any information that she has
Van waar Joshlin kan wees.
as to about the whereabouts of Joshlin.
And her response?
Wat was die reaksie wat sy gereageer?
Haar antwoord was,
The
Tassa,
answer was,
Tassa, ek weet nie waar is Joshlin.
Tassa, I don't know where Joshlin is.
How many times did you visit her?
Hoeveel keer het u haar besoek?
3 keer.
3 times.
Where did you visit her?
Waar het u haar besoek?
Polsmoor, gevangenis.
Paulsmoor prison.
My lord, if the court will bear with me. Ms. Andrews, I asked you about the relationship between Josh and Kelly. What can you tell us about the relationship between Buta and Kelly, if anything at all?
Ek het u gevra oor die verwantskap tussen Josh en Kelly. Wat was die skelde tussen Buta en Kelly?
Vraag weer.
Can you ask that again?
You testified earlier that at some point Kelly was admitted to a shelter because of domestic violence issues with Josh.
Op 'n stadium was Kelly ingeneem by 'n institution in verband met handeling van vrou. Your Josh,
Correct?
is it correct?
Can you please tell the court what was the nature of the relationship between Kelly and Buta?
Wat was die verhouding tussen Kelly en Buta?
Die verhouding tussen Kelly en Buta was aan die begin baie goed.
The relationship between Kelly and Buta at the beginning was very good.
En later in die tyd toe dit begin lyk of Buta en Kelly ook beklei, want Kelly het soms met haar woorde aangekom.
Later in the relationship, it appeared that Buta and Kelly were also fighting because Kelly would sometimes come to my place with some wounds.
Did she convey to you how she sustained those injuries?
Let's say, for example, saying for students who offered me.
Nee, ek het nie gevra.
No, I didn't ask.
Now, you've told us that Requin did live with his grandmother. Do you know how long Requin lived with Kelly?
Ie het gesê Requin het gebring en sê, Oma, weet jy hoe lang so Requin met Kelly gebring?
Ek kan nou nie presies sê nie,
I won't be able to say exactly,
maar as ek nou moet 'n antwoord gee, sal dit wees vir die laaste 3 jaar.
if I can try to be correct, I think it was for the last 3 years.
If I can assist you, Ms. Andrews, if we take 2024, February 2024, prior to that, how long was Requin living with Kelly and Buta?
Maar ons gaan terug na Februari 2020 toe, voor hy tyd van Februari 2020, hoe lang het Requin met Kelly en Buta gebring? Voor die 19 van Februari 2020, hoe lang het Requin met Kelly en Buta gebring?
Vir die tydperk wat Kelly en Buta by mekaar was,
For the period that Buta and Kelly were together,
Approximately 3 years, correct?
it was been 3 years. Yes.
And can you describe to the Honorable Court what was Kelly's relationship with all of her children?
Wel, kan u vir ons beskryf hoe Kelly se verhouding was met al haar kinders?
Kelly het 'n baie goeie verhouding met haar kinders gehad.
She had a very good relationship with her kids.
Sy was 'n goeie ma vir haar kinders.
She was a good mother for her children.
Court will bear with me, my lord. In the time that you've known Kelly, has there ever been any altercations, fights between the two of you?
Tot vanaf die tyd dat ek vir Kelly geken het, was er enige gestryd of 'n probleem tussen myself en Kelly?
Ek sal meer sê dat dit naas is, maar nie regtig stry of glad nie beklein.
I would say more quarrels more than fighting.
And in your visits with her in Paulsmoor, those were friendly visits? There was no animosity between the two of you?
En die basiese report was meer vriendelik, daar was geen kwaad tussen julle.
Vriendelike besoek, ja.
Friendly visits and all.
Thank you, my lord. I have nothing further.
Mr. Harmsen. Andrews.
Ms. Andrews, I've got only one question.
Andrew, net een vraag. Die staat het vir u sorry, I will talk in English, my lord. The state asked you how long, or the state asked you about Buta, that's accused one, and Kelly's relationship. And the state then asked you how long do you think or know they were together, and you said 3 years. You remember that?
Die staat het voor de eerste van verhouding tussen Kelly en Buta. En het wil voorkomen als het gezegd dat het eerder zo 3 jaar is. Is dat rest, zoals het zo zegt?
Die tydperk waar daar seunkinder gebly was 3 jaar.
The period where white child was living there was 3 years.
I don't want to make out like you're lying, but my instructions from accused one, Mr. Pollis, is that he met Kelly early 2023, and they moved in together when he built him the hockey there in middle 2023. Can you deny that?
Verskillend nommer 1 sal sê hy en Kelly het vroeër in 2023 ontmoet. Hy het toe vir 'n blyk uitkom. Later gesoek waar hulle toe gesoek. En beweeg het beweeg en vroeger wordt dat weer worden gekregen, commentaar.
Ek het kommentaar op.
Ik wil even comment maken.
Kiali, Marikwan het by sy ma gebly omtrent 3 jaar.
Rikon stayed with his mother for about 3 years.
Dit is na toe Kiali en Boeta by mekaar kom agterna. Toe was Rikwan reeds by sy ma.
When Kelly and Buddha came together, Rikon was already with his mother.
What I'm telling you is that my instructions are that Mr. Apollos says that he met Kelly in the beginning of 2023 and they moved in together in the middle of 2023.
Dus kunnen we nog eens zeggen en Kelly zo dit en voorbeeld 23, maar dat moet dat samen en gekregen.
Ek is nog nie seker presies van hulle datums nie.
I'm not precisely sure with their dates.
Maar dit was minder as 3 jaar wat Rikon by sy ma was.
But it was less than the 3 years that Rikon was with his mother.
Mr. Andrews, I hear you. The only question here is, do you know for how long Mr. Apollos, Buddha, and Kelly was together?
Die vraag is eenvoudig, die vrou is dat weet nie vir hoe lang was Kelly en Buddha trouwd.
Ek sal sê, as ek nou 'n antwoord van my moet gee, sou hulle 'n jaar en 'n half na 2 jaar sou hulle saam wees.
If I can give an answer about it would be a year and a half or 2.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Mkapai, I take it you've got none because nothing was said about your client. And Mr. Sivnarayan?
Thank you, my lord. Before I proceed, may I approach you?
Certainly. Do you have a fourth witness for today?
Thank you, my lord. I have consulted. Ma'am, do you recall when accused number 3 and Joshlin's father, Josh, separated?
Kan je onthou wanneer beskou nummer 3 en die vader van Josh so in mekaar is?
Ek kan nou nie presies die datums nie.
I don't have the exact date, my lord, dates, my lord.
Would you agree with me that after accused number 3 and Joshlin's father had separated, there was no need for Joshlin to come stay by you unless it was just for a holiday?
Sal die Christus nadat beskou nummer 3 en die vader van Joshlin so in mekaar is, dan geen ander geen rede waarom sy Joshlin die kom bly, behalwe dat hy in vakansie.
Kan ek gou weer vra?
Can you ask it again?
Let me try and put it differently. After Josh and accused number 3 separated,
Nadat Josh en beskou nummer 3 in mekaar is,
there was no need for Joshlin to be brought to your home to be kept safe.
dit was nie meer nodig dat Joshlin tot dat bring van na hier is om veilig te wees.
Nee.
No.
And on occasions when there were issues with accused number 3 and Joshlin's father, it was accused number 3 who would on her own bring Joshlin to you to ensure her safety.
Die tyd toe Joshlin se ouers by mekaar was, En was het John Lorencia tegensteek om Joshlin te brengen naar EU voor veiligheid?
Soms was dit 'n eie keuse, soms het die wêreld mos saam met haar aangekom.
Sometimes it's their own choice, sometimes it's social development.
Thank you, my lord. I have nothing further.
Yes, thank you. Any re-examination?
No re-examination, my lord. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Andrews. You may be excused.
Yes, was one.
You may call the next witness.
My lord, may I be excused my colleague related activities?
Certainly. Who is the next witness? Ms. Swanepoel?
As the court pleases, my lord, I call Colin Zegers. She is on the list of state witnesses.
Ms. Swanepoel, is this the person where Ms. Smith was working on the day?
My lord, yes, it is both her and her daughter, Kelly Zegers. So it's
No.
2 Zegers women.
The reason I'm asking you, subject to what Mr. Sivneret says, it seems a lot will not be an issue. So maybe you can lead the witness,
Thank
except
you,
for
Madam.
where there are differences, so that we save time.
Indeed, my
Thank
lord.
you. May swear in the witness.
Please give your full name to the court.
Mijn naam is Faran.
Do you have any objections taken to the described oath?
No objection.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please raise your right hand and say, I do, so help me God.
I do, help me God.
Witness is sworn in, my lord.
Thank you, Ms. Zegers. You may be seated if you so wish. If you can try and speak up so that people can hear you.
It will go back to the necessary conversion.
Thank you, Ms. Swanepoel.
Thank you, my lord. I have come to know you.
Just, if you look at the 115, insofar as it relates to accused number 3, a lot of the day is covered in there, and some say it might be common cause.
Indeed, my lord. Auntie Colin, that's how I got to know you. Auntie Colin, that's how the community calls you.
Die wordt
Correct?
genoemd in de gemeenschap als anti-Karel, de rest niet.
Yeah.
That's correct, my lord.
This is your first time in court,
Is het
Ja.
de eerste keer in al?
Yeah.
That's correct, my lord.
so you can relax.
Je
Okay?
kan ontspannen,
Take a deep breath.
diep asem, uit.
U bly in Restless Wave straat.
You residing at the Restless Wave Street.
Yeah.
That's correct, my lord.
My lord, I'm going to try to keep to English. My apologies. I'm so used to just switching to Afrikaans.
I understand. I do the same.
Thank you, my lord. You know Kelly, accused number 3,
You
before
can
court.
Kelly disclose number 3.
Yeah.
Yes.
How long have you known her?
For hoe lang as Kelly bekend?
Meer as 4 jaar.
More than 4 years.
How did you get to know her?
Hoe het gekom dat jy vir haar geken?
Kelly het eendag met haar kinders daar by my aangekom.
One day, Kelly came to my house with the kids.
En omstandighede het verkeerd na my toe gebring?
Circumstances made Kelly to come to me.
Kelly het baie swaar gekry. En dis hoekom ek uitgereik het na Kelly en na kinders.
Kelly struggled a lot, my Lord. That's why I reached out to Kelly and her children.
En ek het nie in Kelly se belang gekyk nie, maar in haar kinders se belang.
I did not look into the interest of Kelly, but in the interest of her children.
Dis hoe Kelly by my gekom het.
That's how Kelly came to me.
En daarna het Kelly elke dag so by my huis gekom met haar kinders.
From then, Kelly would come every day to my house with the kids, with the children.
En as ek miskien wil iets wil gedoen het, dan het ek haar gevra.
If I would love something to be done for me, my Lord, I would ask her.
Maar eintlik van jammer kry wat ek vir Kelly en haar kinders daar laat kom het.
But because of me feeling sorry for them, that's when I allowed Kelly and her kids to come to me.
Ek het elke dag vir hulle iets gegee om te eet as hulle daar kom.
Every day when they come to my place, I would give them something to eat.
Dis hoe ek vir Kelly kom en so het ek en Kelly die pad aangestap.
That's how I came to know Kelly. That's how me and Kelly went along the same way.
Kelly het baie liefdevolle kinders.
She has very lovable children.
En sy het haar kinders mooi groot gemaak.
She brought up her children very good.
Ek sê dit weer.
I'll say this again.
Ek het vir Kelly jammer gekry.
I felt sorry for Kelly.
En ek het gesien waar het sy gegaan.
I could see what she was going through.
Ek is self 'n ma.
I'm also a mother.
In haar swakheid was sy 'n goeie ma vir kinders.
Even during her difficult times, she was a good mother to her children.
Ek is so jammer. Ek kan nie sê wat het gebeur nie.
I'm so sorry. I can't tell the court what happened.
Maar dis al wat ek weet. Kelly was 'n goeie ma vir kinders.
All I know that Kelly was a good mother to her children.
En ek het maar net uitgereik na haar en haar kinders.
I just reached out to her and her children, my Lord.
Okay.
Just one
Auntie
moment.
Colin?
Just one moment. I can see that Ms. Smith is very emotional. I'm going to take a 5-minute adjournment. Can somebody just comfort her and let me know, and I'll come back into court? Can the media just please show some restraint in not necessarily focusing your cameras on at this stage? Give it a moment to compose herself. Court will adjourn for a short pause.
Standing off.
Ms. Swanepoel, how long are you going to be with evidence in chief of this witness?
My Lord, I'm going to try to do that to 3 o'clock or just after 3.
Ms. Zegas, are you available tomorrow morning again?
Is die môreoggend Stefan?
Ja.
Yes, my lord.
So let's do the evidence in chief, then I'll get an idea from the defense. If they're going to have no questions or very little, then we might just as well bite the bullet this afternoon for the witness not to come back in the morning. But let's see how it goes. Thank you. The witness is still under oath.
Thank you, my Lord.
Confirm that, my lord.
Ms. Zegas, it's correct that your daughter, Kelly Zegas, does she also stay in Restless Wave Street?
Is het correct dat die dokter Kelly Rivers
Zegas.
Kelly Rivers in dezelfde straat
Zegas. Zegas.
Ja, sy is woonagtig daar.
Yes, she is there.
And did Kelly, accused number 3, work for both you and your daughter Kelly Zegas as a domestic?
Het Kelly Smith vir beide vir u en die dokter gewerk as 'n huishoud.
Ja, sy het vir ons gehelp.
Yes, my lord, she assisted us.
Please explain to us, did she work every day? Was this a set time, periods? How did it work?
Kan u berop sê as dit elke dag tyd wat was dit toe gereeld?
Ja, sy laat ek dit reg stel.
Let me put it correctly, my lord.
Is reg, sy help vir ons.
She is helping us, yes.
Maar hoe stel ek dit? As sy laat sy vir ons werk.
It is like she's working for us.
Dat ek sy kom daar uit die jammerte. Dis hoekom Kelly daar vir ons help.
She would come there to us because out of sorrow. That's when she would come and assist us there.
Wie se jammerte?
Whose sorrow?
Ons kry haar jammer.
We felt sorry for her.
Now, let's just get to the answer. So, did she work every day, or was it every Monday and Tuesday, Wednesday? How did it work?
Ek sê kom werk geld elke dag, maar tot Woensdag of Donderdag tot dit met Maandag en Dinsdag. Hoe het gewerk?
Sy het nie elke dag daar gewerk nie.
She wasn't working there every day.
Sy het elke dag by my gekom.
She would come to me every day.
Soos ek gesê het, dan het ek vir haar gehelp. Want ek het gesien waarin sit sy.
Then I said I assisted her, I helped her, because I could see as to what she was experiencing, or what she was having.
Nou, hoe help jy haar?
Om vir haar na kinders kos te gee.
To give her and her children food.
Het jy haar ook betaal?
Would you also pay her?
Ja, ek het altyd vir haar iets gegee.
Yes, I would always give her something.
And what about Kelly?
What from Kelly?
Are you talking about Kelly Zegas?
Kelly Zegas, my lord, my
Kelly,
apologies.
Dr.
Kelly
Zegas.
Zegas.
What from her?
Sy het baie gegaan by Kelly.
She wouldn't go a lot to Kelly.
Sy het net gegaan as Kelly vir haar gevra het om vir haar te help.
She would only go when Kelly asked her to come and assist her.
Maar sy was elke dag so te sê by my.
But she was every day at me, at my place.
Sy het ook nie net vir ek en Kelly gehelp nie.
She didn't only help me and Kelly.
Sy het vir ander mense ook gehelp.
Other people also be helped by her.
En almal wil nie gehê dat Kelly met haar kinders daar kom nie.
Not all of them would want Kelly to go come there with the children.
Dan het sy al die kinders daar by my gelos.
She would help those stages where the refusal she come with the children to them. She would leave the children with me.
Of sy die kinders by Boeta gelos van sy nou op Boeta het.
She would leave now the kids with the Buddha. After now she was painting Buddha.
Ken jy vir Boeta?
Do you know Buddha?
Ja, Boeta het een keer vir my gepaint by die huis.
He once painted my house.
Okay. Now on this 19th of February 2024, it was the Monday. Did Kelly come to your house that day?
Die 19 van Februarie die jaar 2024, dit was 'n maandag. Het Kelly na u huis toe gekom?
Ja.
Yes.
Hoe laat?
Kelly die maandagoggend daar gekom.
Kelly came to my house on Monday morning.
En dit was 7:30 oggend.
It was about 7:30 in the morning.
En my woorde was daarna,
My words to her was,
Kelly, jy's aan vroeg vanoggend. Waar is die ander 2 kinders?
I said to her, you are very early today. Where are the other two kids?
Want Kelly neem eers vir Rico en vir Joshlin weer skool toe.
She would firstly take Rico and Joshlin to school.
En dan sal sy daar vanaf so 10 voor 5 voor 8 daar kom. Dan
she would come to my between 10 to 5 to 8.
En dan sal ek soos ek dit maar gewoonlik doen vir Rachel 'n broodjie insit.
Then I would take a bread for Rochelle.
En dan sal ons koffie drink.
We will have some coffee.
En dan sal Kelly vir Rachel skool toe neem.
That's when and then Kelly would take Rochelle to school.
Daai skool is nou kleuterskool, crash.
Die crash, ja.
It is a crash.
So this morning she came early and you asked her where are the other 2 children. Did she answer you?
He said to us, he said to Faran, he's vroeg van die bij ons en toen vraagt hij weer waar aan de 2 kinders was. Hij zei dat hij geantwoord.
Ja.
Yes.
Sy het vir my gesê,
She said to me,
hulle 2 is nie lekker nie. Hulle is skool toe nie.
the two of them are not feeling well because they didn't went to school.
So on this morning, did you follow the same recipe? Pack the bread for Rachel, had coffee, then she takes her to the crash.
So er was hetzelfde routine wat jy gevolg het, weet jy gepakt voor Rochelle, jy het koffie gehad en toe vat sy door Rochelle school toe.
Ja.
Yes.
This crash, how far is it from your house?
Hierdie kleuterskool, hoe ver is het van die woning?
Seker 5 minute.
Probably 5 minutes.
Can you see the crash from your house?
Van waar die huis is, kan jy die kleuterskool sien?
Ja.
Yes.
And did she then return?
Het sy toe teruggekom?
Ja, sy het teruggekom.
Yes, she returned.
En waarvan sy die sleutel kom haal het by my van my Kelly. En
Then
dan
she came to fetch the key from me. That's the key of my Kelly.
waarvan sy daarvan dan gaan skoonmaak het.
That's when she from there she went to clean up, to clean.
She told you she's now going to Kelly's house.
Sy het vir gesê ek gaan na Kelly se huis toe.
Ja.
Yes.
When did she return to your house?
Wanneer het sy toe teruggekeer na u huis?
Daai was so 12:10.
It could have been 12:10.
At what time about, sorry, if you can remember, what time about was it that she left for Kelly's house?
Kan u onthou hoe laat sou sy die huis verlaat het na Kelly se huis toe?
Past 8.
Past 8. Goodness sake.
All right, so at 12:10, she came to your house.
U sê so by 12 kom sy na u huis toe.
Ja, sy het gekom en gesê sy gaan nou af huis toe.
She came and then she said she's going to her house.
En ek het vergeet om te sê, sy het ook vir my die oggend gevra of ek vir haar R2 wil leen nie, R200 wil leen nie.
I forgot to mention to her that morning she wanted to know from me, can't I borrow her 200 rands?
Maar ek haar gesê, dis okay, en sy het ook gesê, sy is nie lus om meer buite vuur te maak.
Then I said to her, it's fine, because she said she doesn't like making fire outside anymore.
Wat sy af huis toe gaan, het ek vir haar R50 gegee.
When she went home, I gave her 50 rands.
Want sy het gesê sy wil brood koop vir die kinders vir die huis.
She said she wanted to buy bread for the kids at home.
And do you recall what time she returned to your house?
Kan u onthou hoe laat sy terugkeer na u huis toe?
Sy is seker so 10 voor haar. Een het sy teruggekom.
It's about 10:45 she came back.
Sy het brood by haar gehad?
She had a bread with her.
Nee, sy het nie brood by haar gehad nie, want sy het afplakkerskant gegaan. Kan ek nie vir u sê of sy die brood gekoop het of wat nie.
No, she didn't come back to the bread because she went down to the sheds. I won't be able to tell you whether she bought the bread or not.
All right. So she returned, what then?
Sy kom terug en wat toe?
Sy het teruggekom, ek het haar die sleutel gegee.
She came back and I gave her the keys.
En toe sy weer oor na Kelly toe.
Then she went over to Kelly's.
En wat die groot skool uitkom.
When the big school was coming out.
Seker tydjie daarna kom sy na my toe terug.
Just a minute after that, I think she came back to me.
What time is that about, that the big school comes out?
Hoe laat sou die groot skool uitkom?
Voor 2. Ek is nog nie seker nie.
Before 2, I'm not sure.
Yes.
Ja, en daarna toe sy sy gaan kom vir haar sjel. En toe sy vir haar sjel gaan haal.
After that, she said she was going to fetch Rochelle. She went to fetch Rochelle.
Sy het 'n hele rukkie weggebly.
She was gone for quite a period.
Maar wat ek ook kan sê, Kelly is lief praat en sy praat van almal, dit weet ons. Daarom het ek eens geworry nie van dis haar routine.
She is a very talkative person, people know her. So that's why I wasn't worried that was a routine. She would speak to a lot of people.
Sy het seker sy oor 'n 3/4 uur het sy teruggekom met haar sjel.
Maybe after an hour, but 3/4 of an hour she came back with her shell.
So let's just interrupt there. So this walk to the creche and back, which should take approximately in total 10 minutes, now took half an hour to 3/4 of an hour, about.
Hierdie stap vanaf die woning tot by die Rieterspoel self woon dit 10 tot 15 minute tot daarheen en terug geneem. Maar op hierdie dag gesê, half uur tot 'n kwart uur geneem.
Ja.
Yes.
She came with Rochelle and then?
Sy het teruggekom met Rochelle, en wat gebeur toe?
Sy het teruggekom met Rochelle. Sy het vir Rochelle gelos daar by my en my kleinkind wat sy maar altyd doen. En
She came back with Rochelle and left Rochelle with me and my grandchild, which she usually do.
En toe sy terug na Kelly toe.
Then she went back to Kelly's.
En toe sy nou klaar gemaak wat sy moet maak.
After she finished what she was supposed to do,
toe sy seker so past 3 of voor 3 het sy teruggekom.
And then she came back, probably after 3 or before 3, she came back.
En toe het ons daar gesit, soos altyd.
Then we stood there, like as usual.
En toe het sy nog gewag vir Kelly, vir my Kelly, die werk het gekom.
She was waiting for my Kelly to come from work.
En Kelly het so voor 5 gekom.
Then Kelly came at about before 5.
En my woorde was aan my Kelly, Kelly, sy het nou klaar gemaak dat ons begrafplaas toe kan gaan.
Then my words to Kelly was that you must finish Kelly because you must go to the graveyard.
Want dit was my dogter se verjaarsdag.
Because it was my daughter's birthday.
En Kelly is so weg so voor 5.
Then Kelly left before 5 o'clock.
Toe sy af huis toe.
Went down home.
En ek en Kelly en die kinders is begrafplaas toe.
Myself and the children Kelly and the children went to the graveyard.
Kelly het eers vir my dogter gefoon.
Kelly first called my daughter.
Toe ons teruggekom van die begrafplaas af.
After we came back from the graveyard.
Hy sê so 5:06.
About 5:06.
En toe sê sy van Lorencia, Joshlin wat weg is. Of ons nie met Joshlin gesien het nie.
Then she told us about Joshlin, but didn't we see Joshlin?
This is now a phone call from her to Kelly.
Was it no oproep van haar naar Kelly?
Ja.
That's correct.
En so sy vir my ook gewoon en gesê van of ek nie met Joshlin gesien het of Joshlin er voorbij gegaan het. Toe sê ek, nee, maar ek het nie met Joshlin gesien nie.
She called me and told me that, asked me, did I see Joshlin? Did Joshlin pass? I said, no, I didn't see Joshlin.
En toe het ek gevra waar Riquan.
Then I wanted to know from her where Riquan was.
Toe sy gesê, Riquan is op na Mr. Lou toe.
Then she said, Riquan went up to Mr. Lowe.
All right. And later on, during that evening?
And later on, gedurende daai aand,
did anything happen that you know of?
Enigiets gebeur wat u van kennis dra?
Ek het vir Kelly gefoon en gevra of hulle Joshlin gekry het. Sy het gesê nee.
I called Kelly, inquiring from her if they found Joshlin, and she said no.
En ek het vir haar gesê, Kelly gevra, Kelly het die polisie gefoon.
Then I wanted to know from her, Kelly, if you call the police.
En sy het gesê, sy het hulle kontak. En die aand laat, ek kan nie sê hoe laat, maar het was gedurende 'n load shedding.
And then she said she called them, and later that night, I think it was during load shedding.
En my Kelly het vir my gefoon en gesê, Mami, Kelly en die lang oukie, ek weet nog nie wat is sy naam nie, gaan by Mami kom en 'n lig kom haal, want hulle soek nog steeds vir Joshlin.
My Kelly called and told me that, Mommy, Kelly and this tall guy, I don't know who the man was, would come to you to ask for a light because they were still looking for Joshlin.
Kelly het gekom en wat ek die deur oopsluit, toe begin ek te skel, want ek skel van.
Then Kelly came, and then I opened the door and I started swearing at her because that's what I usually do.
En ek het vir haar die lig gegee.
I gave her the light.
En toe is hulle weg.
Then they left.
Hoekom skel jy?
Why do you swear at her?
Omdat ek wou gevra het, waar is die kind?
Because I asked her where the child was.
Ek sal haar altyd aanspreek.
I would always speak to her.
Ms. Lombard, Ms. Swanepoel, I think we take it up to the evening of that evening, then we adjourn until tomorrow morning. I don't know whether there's still going to be more in the days following from this witness.
Very short.
Okay, then let's see how far we get.
Thank you, my lord. Goed. After that visit to your house to give the light, Did you see Kelly or anyone in connection with this that night?
Nadat u die ligvaart gegee het u weer vir Kelly iemand anders gesien in verband met wat hy daar so gebeur het?
Nee.
No.
Okay. Before Kelly left your house
Voordat Kelly die huis verlaat het,
that afternoon around about 5 o'clock,
die middag so by 5 uur,
did you then give her more money?
het u meer geld gegee?
Ja, ek het vir haar weer die R150 gegee.
Yes, I gave it R150.
En ek het ook vir haar gesê, Kelly, sit nou die gas in die bottel.
Then I said to her, you must fill the gas into this cylinder.
So was the 150 rand for the gas?
Was hierdie R150 vir die gas?
Ja, sy het vir my die R200 gevra, waar ek haar die R50 gegee die middag, en die R150 wat sy huis toe gaan die aan 5 uur.
Yes, my Lord, because she asked for 200 rands for me. The afternoon, the lunchtime, I gave her 50 rands, and the 150 rands before she went home.
Did you know that Kelly was using drugs?
Het u geweet of die kennis gehad het dat Kelly enige dwelms gebruik?
Ja.
Yes.
Kelly, in die begin het ek geweet sy gebruik drugs.
In the beginning, I knew she was using drugs.
Maar ek sê weer, ek het nie vir haar daar laat kom ter hulle van haar nie, maar omstandighede, haar kinders.
As I said, my Lord, I did not allow her to come to my place, but the situation or the circumstances as far as the child and children are concerned.
Weet u van wanneer af sy, I'm sorry, do you know since when she and Buddha started this relationship?
Weet u van wanneer sy en Buddha met die verhouding so begin het?
Ek kan nou nie presies sê nie.
I can't exactly say, my Lord.
Maar Kelly met die wat Kelly so rond gebly.
Now, Kelly is staying here and there, my Lord.
Kelly het in Oesterstraat by 'n dame gebly.
She was residing in Worcester Street with a lady.
Maar ouma het vir haar 'n Wendy house by die kerk gekoop.
But grandma bought a Wendy house for her from the church.
En waarvan sy vir my gesê het, sy moet die mense betaal om die Wendy house te gaan haal om in plakkerskamp op te sit.
That's when she said to me that she's supposed to pay the people who will go and fetch the Wendy house to direct it in the shanty area.
Waarvan ek nog haar opgejaag gegee en gesê het, Kelly, betaal maar die mense, laat sy op jou eie kan kom.
That's when I gave her money and said, Kelly, rather pay these people for you to be on your own.
Kelly het toe die ook gehad en die ook laat kom, maar Kelly het die mense gehad om vir haar te help met die opsetting.
She made the bungalow came, then after the bungalow arrived, she didn't have people as to erect.
Toe Kelly en Buddha was seker maar vriende, ek kan regtig vir u sê nie.
Maybe Buddha and Kelly were friends, but I won't be able to tell you.
So het Kelly vir my kom sê, en sy sê vir my, Makalen, nie met Makalen nie, maar, en ek het dit so baie gesê. Maar toe Kelly gekom en gesê, die mans wat vir haar gaan help met die Wendy opsit, wil ook betaal is.
Then Kelly came to me and said to me, the people to erect this bungalow also need to be paid.
Waarvan ek weer van geld gegee het en gesê betaal maar die mense, laat die mense die ding kan opsit.
I gave her money again and said to her that give the people the money for them to erect this Wendy house.
Toen er die bungalow opgesit,
Wendy house was erected.
Maar toe was daar nog werkies wat gedoen word aan die bungalow.
But there were still some touch-ups to be done on this bungalow.
En waarvan sy toe vir my gesê, die ander sou nou nie kom nie, maar Boeta was bereid om vir haar te help.
Then she said the others refused to come, but Buddha was prepared to assist.
En so het Boeta vir Kelly gejaag.
And then that's how Buddha helped to kill.
Ek het nie geweet nie, want Boeta het nie by die huis gebly daai tyd nie.
At that stage, I didn't know because he wasn't residing at that house at that stage.
Nou kan ek nie vir u sê wat het gebeur verder nie.
Ja,
I won't be able to tell you what happened further.
dis reg. Dankie. So is that the house, the hockey that she put up, that they were staying in now until the 19th of February when Joshlin went missing?
As a disselde Lorencia is wat hulle nou heilig en bly tot by die tyd toe Joshlin vermis is.
Ja.
That's correct.
And do you want to tell the court whether you have had losses at your house?
Het enige iets verloor by jy is?
Just one moment.
Ja.
Just one moment.
Yes.
Ms. Swanepoel, where are you going?
I'll leave it, my lord. I will leave it. That's the evidence of this
I
witness.
suspected you were going to lead character evidence. All right. Mr. Harms, let me first hear from Mr. Sivnarayan how long he's going to be with the witness, because he's the only one that might spend time with the witness. Mr. Sivnarayan, I'm planning, if I don't need to let a witness come back for a second day, I would prefer that, but if you need time, if you need to prepare yourself, then you just have to do that.
My Lord, may I just take a question?
Certainly.
Thank you.
All right. So let him start with Mr. Harmse. Do you have any questions?
My Lord, I have no questions, my Lord.
Ms. Kapai? None. Thank you. Mr. Sivnarayan. The only issue that seems to be different are the amounts of money when it was taken, whether it was 50 Rand and 200 or whether it was 50 and 150.
Yes, that's correct, my Lord. There's
In
just
plea.
one other aspect that I just wanted to deal with. Thank you, my Lord. Ma'am, you told us after lunch, when accused number 3 went to go pick up the child from creche, she was gone for about 30 minutes to about 45 minutes.
Hy het gesê nadat beskuldigde nommer 3 toe teruggekeer het op soeke van hulle by die Friedersdorp. Het sê dit geneem van 30 tot te kwart 25 minute.
Ja, dis reg.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, ma'am, I just want to find out, before you came to testify today, were you given an opportunity to go through your statement that you made to the police?
Hoe dat u vandag opgegeven het, was u toe al geleendheid gegund of gegeen om deur u verklaring te neem wat te gaan doen, wat u aan die politie sou gee?
Ja.
Yes.
Maar laat u geonlig. Ek het een keer erna gekyk, omdat dit wat ek sê net die waarheid is. En net die waarheid gaan my vrymaak.
I say only once, my Lord, because I know what's in my statement is the truth and only the truth will set me free.
Yes, ma'am. I also had the opportunity of going through your statement, and with regard to time, when my client went to collect her daughter from the creche, in your statement it's either 10 minutes or 20 minutes. The writing is not very clear. What do you say to that?
In verband met die tyd wat Kelly sou gaan iemand toe sê die kind gaan haal. Volgens is dit verklaring dat dit voorkoms dat dit 10 en 20 minute is. Dis eigenlijk duidelijk in verband met die aansluiting, maar dit is eigenlijk wat is die kommentaar daarop.
Kelly dat kind gehaal is reg soos hy sê.
So when you went to check, yes, that's correct.
So Kelly sal so om het by so as hy net gaan en terugkom. Maar omdat ek Kelly ken, Kelly gesels met almal en waar Kelly gegaan het, weet net sy.
She wouldn't just go and come back. Kelly's the person who speaks to a lot of people. She was the only person who where she went to.
Just a moment, Mrs. Ifnara. So, Ms. Zigas, if I understand your evidence correctly, you make nothing of the fact that she might have taken longer than what was needed, because she's a chatterbox that could talk to everyone that she would encounter, and that could have made up the extra time.
Maar geen verschil van u op zich. De aard gekomen tot langs de community, want ze kiezen ze persoon dat gekomen met mensen zelfs.
That's if I understand your evidence correctly.
Dus zo ik getuigenis verstaan.
Ja.
Yes.
Thank you, my lord. I have no further questions.
Any re-examination, Ms. Swanepoel? Good news, Ms. Seegers, you don't have to come back tomorrow unless you want to come back. Your evidence is done, so you may be excused.
Goeie nis, die hoef nie morgenoggend te kom nie, maar dan van hier aan, die kan opkom, maar as die getuigenis is klaar van, die is nie verskoon dan.
Baie dankie, Ian.
Thank you.
Dankie.
So, I'm going to adjourn the matter till 9 tomorrow morning. We're scheduling for 9. In the event that I am delayed, it shouldn't be for too long. I am unfortunately calling my Tuesday morning roll, which I'll be calling at 7:30 tomorrow morning, and then I'll make my way here. I'm confident that I should be here by 9, but if I'm a few minutes delayed, that might be the reason, because I've been in another court hearing since early morning. Mr. Apollos, Mr. Van Rijn in custody, Malmesbury. Ms. Smith in custody, Langebaan cells. And please give your colleagues the heads up as to who and how many tomorrow. We did well today. We finished 4 witnesses. But we can still do better. The court will adjourn.